But 5 years ago, all we had was a dream. We had no money, no traction, no customers. 5 years ago, my partners and I were working and living out of a house. In fact, we had so little money, I actually slept in a closet for 2 years. So I literally was coming out of the closet every morning for 2 years. But despite lots of hard work and struggle, the first time we went to raise institutional money, we were rejected by 42 venture capital firms. We almost ran out of money. This was frustrating and hard and scary, but we didn't give up. Fast forward to today. Today, Thumbtack has raised $275 million from investors like Google Capital and Sequoia. In the last 16 months alone, we've raised over $200 million. We now have a team of 1,000 across San Francisco, Salt Lake, and the Philippines. And most importantly, Thumbtack is now helping more than 200,000 professionals grow their small businesses. Small businesses like Brandon Clark. Brandon was injured in the military and needed to look for a new job. But he struggled to find work, and without any income, he lost his 2 cars, his home, and he almost ended up on the street with his wife and 2 daughters. But Brandon had grown up living on the street, and he promised himself when he got off that when he was married, his family would never see a day on the streets. And so using Thumbtack, Brandon started a moving company. And it wasn't always easy, but Brandon was a fighter, and he worked hard, and he's built a thriving moving business on Thumbtack that now supports him and his family. But Brandon actually had a bigger dream. Brandon dreamed that he could start a small business one day that employed other veterans like himself who needed work. And that's exactly what he's done. Thumbtack has helped Brandon bring his dream to life. Because of Brandon and 200,000 other professionals like him, Thumbtack is now on pace to do $1 billion in marketplace volume in the year ahead. That's $1 billion in the pockets of pros like Brandon. That's thousands and thousands of dreams coming to life. So, how did we get to where we are today? How did Thumbtack go from an idea in a closet to $1 billion company? It happened in large part because of a young woman from Manila named Mikan. This is Mikan. Mikan grew up in a very poor neighborhood, just 20 minutes from this auditorium. Her dad was a tricycle driver and made $5 a day. Mikan was not born into opportunity, but like Brandon, she was a fighter. She worked hard, and by working multiple jobs, she was able to escape her neighborhood and pay her way through college. But also like Brandon, she had a much bigger dream. She dreamed one day she could get her MBA, and she dreamed of traveling the world. In particular, she hoped she could visit France. But Mikan didn't have the money to get an MBA, and countries like France wouldn't even give a tourist visa to a Filipina like Mikan. For Mikan, these aspirations were not really dreams. They were fantasies. I met Mikan in the summer of 2009. At the time, Thumbtack was signing up our first professionals, and we ran into a problem. We had professionals like handymen and plumbers signing up and creating profiles of themselves, but when they wrote using really poor English. They would write in all capital letters and no sentence structure. And so my partner and I, at the end of every day, would proofread and polish these profiles to help our pros put their best foot forward. But we knew we couldn't proofread these ourselves forever. And so I put a job ad up for a proofreader on a site called Odesk, a marketplace for international talent. And knowing nothing about hiring global talent, I was surprised to see that we got applications from all over the world, from India, from the Philippines, from Jamaica, and the United States. And having never hired global talent, I decided to have a half dozen candidates from around the world do a practice test. And when I looked at the results, the candidate with the highest quality, with the fastest speed, with the best English skills, was not an American, but a Filipina named Mikan. A Filipina beat Americans in an English test. For me, this was a jaw-dropping moment, and it opened my eyes to this world of global talent. and it's forever changed how Thumbtack does business. So Mikan started as our sole proofreader. She's working from her home. But she was so talented, we asked ourselves, how else can we leverage global talent? And so we started doing marketing in the Philippines and marketplace operations, and even PR and recruiting. And we did this all without an office. Our team here in the Philippines works from home. They don't need a passport or a visa or a car or even an Uber. All they need is an internet connection and talent. And because of that, Mikan went from an individual contributor to a manager of 10, and then to a leader of 100. And there were certainly struggles along the way. Mikan, like I think any of us would, sometimes doubted whether she could lead such a big team. But I knew she could. I knew she had so much untapped potential, and she did. Mikan eventually grew to become general manager of a 500-person team. With the income she earned from Thumbtack, she was able to 10 times her salary. She was able to support her family, fix up their home. When her dad's tricycle broke and he could no longer work, she bought him a new one so he could return to work. But most importantly, Mikan was able to reach her potential. She was pushed and challenged and grew and learned how to harness her amazing skills that were previously sitting unused and idle before. But Thumbtack didn't just help Mikan reach her potential. Mikan and the rest of our team here in the Philippines has helped Thumbtack reach our potential. Because we created a work-from-home team, we haven't been constrained by leveraging talent in just one city, like our competitors have. We've been able to access the talent of 100 million people across the Philippines. We now have 1,000 team members who work across all the islands of the Philippines. Amazing and smart people, nurses and scientists and professors. And for us, leveraging global talent is not so much about saving money, but rather it's about expanding the scope of the possible. We move faster and we think bigger, and we've been more successful than our competitors because we've looked beyond our borders to leverage global talent. Some of our leaders from our team in the Philippines are here this morning. Could you guys please stand up? Beth and Arvi and Marnie and Joffrey. These guys help bring the dream of Thumbtack to life. So you may be wondering, why is Mikan not here this morning? Mikan is not here because she's getting her MBA in France, just like she dreamed. I am so thrilled for Mikan and our team here and pros like Brandon, and I love seeing their dreams come to life. But there's something that breaks my heart, and that's thinking about the millions of people in our world who, like Mikan, have big dreams, but never have a shot to bring them to life. Untapped human potential is one of the greatest travesties in the world today. But the good news is it's also one of our biggest economic opportunities. Look at two of the most successful startups of our generation, Airbnb and Uber. These two companies have been so successful because they've learned how to harness very valuable but idle resources. Airbnb turns your spare bedroom into extra income. Uber turns the car in your garage into a cash register. But the greatest unharnessed resource in the world today is not bedrooms or cars. It is human potential. Human potential is limitless. The world is full of human potential. And human potential extends beyond any arbitrary geographic boundaries. And yet, we put up all these walls between talent today. There are legal walls that make immigration too difficult. There are infrastructure walls like access to the internet. But most importantly, there are mental walls. Most people never even think beyond their own borders. And because of these walls, there are millions of Mikans in the world who never have a shot to bring their dreams to life. And there are thousands of ideas like Thumbtack that never become billion-dollar companies. So let's tear down these walls, let's raise our sights and look beyond our own borders, and together we can build more amazing companies, and we can help more amazing people bring their dreams to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swanson. We have time for 2 questions in our Q&A. First question, please.
Me? Yeah. Hi, I'm Bettina from the Philippines. I work for the DOST ICT office. One of the biggest problems I think that you may encounter, which is why you cannot tap all of the Philippines, is connectivity. Okay, and just for the knowledge of the people here, we are doing a project right now of setting up centers all over, especially the 3rd to 6th class municipalities, together with the Wi-Fi connectivity. And these centers will have 3 computers by which people can actually access and do some work.
That's awesome.
So I would like to speak to you afterwards to figure out how we might be able to collaborate, if possible.
That's awesome. So when I came to the Philippines for one of my 2nd or 3rd times, I had dinner with a group of our team members, and I always asked people how they heard about Thumbtack. And this one woman said she'd heard about Thumbtack a year before, and lots of her friends were working at Thumbtack, and she always wanted to, but she had just joined because her town just got internet access. And for me, that was a pretty amazing thing because you can just see the internet just lighting up the world. And once the internet is there, you don't need a passport. You can work anywhere in the world. And I think there'll be more and more companies like Thumbtack, and I hope there are, who look beyond their borders and hire people wherever there's internet.
Final question, please.
Hi, Jonathan. My name is Laki Siap, originally from Cebu City, but based in Chicago now with the U.S. delegation. And you mentioned in your speech earlier about not giving up, and you said that you had gotten rejected by VCs 42 times. What was that? What was it specifically that made that 43rd time different? If you could, kind of share on that.
I think we got lucky. We started, we'd raised angel money before, which was much easier. It was a small amount of money. But when we went to raise institutional money from VCs, the bar is way higher. And I think we didn't realize how hard it would be. And so after a couple months of getting rejected, we stopped and we had a game plan and we said, what do we need to do to fix things? And there was a number of things that we thought we could fix. One was we weren't making any revenue at the time. And so we started running some experiments for how we could monetize. And then we went back to the VCs. And this was definitely the hardest time at Thumbtack. But for me, I knew that someone was going to build Thumbtack. And if it wasn't me, it was someone else. And that would make me pretty mad. And so I was pretty determined with my partners just to keep going. And I don't think there was anything magical about that 43rd. It was just the persistence and determination. And eventually, we got lucky and someone said yes. Thank you, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder and president of Thumbtack, Mr. Jonathan Swanson. For our final poll question this morning, do you think that an online marketplace for jobs really helps connect the right employer with the right candidate without actual face-to-face interaction? Again, our poll question to our guests this morning. Do you think that an online marketplace for jobs really helps connect the right employer with the right candidate without actual face-to-face interaction? Join our conversation. Over lunch, we will show you the results of our polls as this concludes our morning session. It is now time for some snacks and refreshments. Folks, make way for our walking servers. Please don't forget to present your foodstuffs to claim your choice of snacks. We will resume the sessions at 1:30 p.m. Again, we will resume the sessions at 1:30 p.m. Good afternoon. And while you enjoy your snacks and your meals, you can enjoy music from theater actor, singer, musician, and kapuso artist. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Nar Cabico. Check one. Mic. Check one. Lucky. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand for the cool tunes of Mr. Nalgabico?
That I can call my own. Well, I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill that I have never known. You smile, and then a spell. Thank you so much. Bows and flows of angel hair and ice cream castles in the air and feathered canyons everywhere. I've looked at loves that way, but now they've only blocked the sun. They rain and snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, but clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's clouds illusion I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. Moons and jewels and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way you feel as every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show. You leave them laughing when you go, and if you care, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusion I recall. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud. Say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and circus crowds. I looked at life that way, but now old friends they're acting strange. They shake their heads. They say I've changed. Well, something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's life's illusion I recall. I really don't know life at all. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's clouds illusion I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. hold me close and hold me fast. The magic spell you cast. This is love beyond roses. When you kiss me, heaven sighs, and though I close my eyes, I see love beyond roses. When you press me to your heart, I'm in a world apart, a world where roses bloom. And when you speak, angels, they sing from above. Everyday words seem to turn into love song. And give your heart and soul to me, and life will always be love beyond rose. Minsan nakayakap mo, mundong kausap ko'y naging pumpo ng rosas. Bawat oong marinig, ambong dumidilig sa pusong kulay rosas. Di man maintindihan kung bakit o kailan nagrosas ang lahat. Ayokong pagalilanganan pa ang natuklas na ligaya, at puso ko'y yakapin mo nang makayakap ko. Love beyond rose. Celui pour moi, believe on la vie. Il m'a dit la jura pour la vie. At puso ko'y yakapin mo nang makayakap ko. Love beyond rose. Thank you. Anyway, again, my name is Narca Vico. Hi. Thanks for inviting me. I hope everyone's having a good lunch. I am from GMA Artist Center, and this next song is by Amy Winehouse. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things, what you're doing. Well, in my head, I paint a picture. Now since I'm coming home, and my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair, and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over, start making a fool out of me? Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Ooh, Valerie. No, 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 Valerie. Valerie. Did you have to go to jail? Put your house up on sale? Did you get a good lawyer? Hope you didn't catch a tan. Hope you find a right a man who'll fix it for you. Oh. Are you shopping anywhere? Change the color of your hair. Are you busy? Did you have to pay the fine? You were dodging all the time. You're still dizzy. Well, since I've come home and my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over, start making a fool out of me? Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie, yeah, yeah, Valerie. Well, sometimes I go out by myself and I look across the water, and I think of all the things, what you're doing. Well, in my head I paint a picture. Oh, now since I'm coming home and my body's been a mess, and I miss your ginger hair and the way you like to dress. Won't you come on over, start making a fool out of me? Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Ooh, Valerie. No, 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 Valerie. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Valerie. Valerie. Why don't you come on over, Valerie? Thank you so much. I'd like to sing a classic song by James Taylor. I'd like to dedicate this to Miss Doris, if you're here. I know this is your favorite song. When you're down and troubled, and you need a helping hand, and nothing, oh, nothing is going right. Close your eyes and think of me, and soon I will be to brighten up even your darkest nights. Come on. You just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running. Oh yes, I will, to see you again. Winter, spring, summer, or fall, all you got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. You got a friend. If the skies above you should turn dark and full of clouds, and that old north wind begin to blow, keep your head together and call my name out loud, and soon I'll be knocking upon your door. Come on, you just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running. Oh yes, I will, to see you again. Don't you know about winter, spring, summer, or fall? Now all you got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. Oh, ain't it good to know that you got a friend when people can be so cold? They'll hurt you, and these hurt you. They'll take your soul if you let them. Oh, don't you let them. Oh, you just call out my name, and you know wherever I am, I'll come running. Oh yes, I will, to see you again. Don't you know about winter, spring, summer, or fall? Now all you got to do is call, and I'll be there. Yes, I will. Yes, I'll be there. Yes, I will. You've got a friend. You've got a friend. Ain't it good to know you've got a friend? Tell me, baby, you've got a friend. You've got a friend. Thank you so much. Yeah. Before I move on, I'd like to promote our show. I am part of this teleserie, GMA7. It's called Beautiful Strangers. And we are on our last 2 weeks. So hope you guys can watch it. Here's a song by Adele. Yeah. he ain't real. He ain't gonna be able to love you like I will. He is a stranger. You and I have history, oh, don't you remember? Sure, he's got it all, but baby, is that really what you want? Bless your soul, you got your head in the cloud. You made a fool out of you, and boy, is bringing you down. He made your heart melt, but you're cold to the core. Now rumor has it he ain't got your love anymore. Hey, rumor has it. I know that rumor has it. But I know that rumor has it. I know that rumor has it. Wanna know that rumor has it. I'ma tell you rumor has it. You know that rumor has it. Better know that rumor has it. Oh, she is half your age, but I'm guessing that's the reason that you stayed. I heard you've been missing me. You've been telling people things you shouldn't be. Like when we creep out and he ain't around. Haven't you heard the rumor? I'ma make you bless your soul. You got your head in the cloud. You made a fool out of me, and boy, I'm bringing you down. He made your heart melt, but you're cold to the core. Now rumor has it I'm the one you're leaving him for. Hey, rumor has it. I know that rumor has it. Wanna know that rumor has it. I'ma tell you rumor has it. You know that rumor has it. Wanna know that rumor has it. I'ma tell you rumor has it. You know that rumor has it. All of these words whisper in my ear, tell the story that I cannot bear to hear. Just 'cause I said it, it don't mean that I meant it. People say crazy things just 'cause I said it. It don't mean that I meant it. Just 'cause you heard it. Rumor has it, rumor has it. Wanna know that rumor has it. I tell you rumor has it. Wanna know that rumor has it. I tell you rumor has it. Wanna know that rumor has it. I'ma tell you rumor has it. You know that rumor has it. Now rumor has it he's the one I'm leaving you for. Yeah. Thank you so much. Rumor has it. All right. Here's a song from The Wiz. When I think of home, I think of a place where there is love overflowing. I wish I was home. I wish I was back there where the things I've known. Wind that makes the tall trees bend into leanings. Suddenly the raindrops that fall have a meaning. Sprinkling seed makes it all clear. some direction. It would sure be nice to be back home where there is love and affection. And just maybe I can convince time to slow up, giving you enough time in my life to grow up. Time, be my friend. Let me start again. Suddenly my world has gone change its face, but I still know where I'm going. I have had my mind spin around in space, yet time watch them go away. Oh, if you're listening, God, please don't make it hard to know if we should believe the things that we see. Tell us, should we run away? Should we try and stay? Or would it be better just to let things be? Living here in this brand new world might be a fantasy, but it taught me to love. And so it's real, so real, it's real to me. And I learned that we must look inside our hearts to find a world full of love, like yours, like mine, like Thank you so much. That's Home from the Wiz. I'm down to my last song. It's been fun singing for you. Thank you, APEC. Here's a song from Nina Simone. Birds flying high, you know what I feel. Sun in the sky, you know what I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. For me, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know what I feel. River running free, you know what I feel. Also on the trees, that's how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, yeah. Dragonflies out in the sun, you know what I mean, don't you know? Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when days come, that's what I mean. And this whole world is a new world and a whole world for me. don't you know? River and sea, you know what I mean. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know what I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling and I'm feeling so good. Thank you so much. My name is Narcavico. Thank you.
Thank you, Narcavico, for those wonderful songs. In the meantime, program shall start in a few minutes.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in and you're kicking me out. Got my head spinning, don't know what hit me. I can't pin you down. What's going on in that beautiful mind? I'm on your magical mystery ride, and I'm so
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Again, we remind you that we are on social media. Find us on Facebook, APEC SME Summit 2015. On Instagram and Twitter, it's at APEC SME Summit 2015. You can use hashtag APEC SME Summit 2015, hashtag Pushing Boundaries, and hashtag Prepare to be Disrupted. This event is being live tweeted. And don't forget to tweet your questions after each session, and we'll read them out during the Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, on with our afternoon session. We are delighted to introduce our next speaker. Maria Ressa is the CEO and executive editor of Rappler, a social news network in the Philippines. Maria has been a journalist in Asia for more than 25 years, most of them as CNN's bureau chief in Manila, then Jakarta. Despite documenting some of the world's worst disasters and uprisings in Southeast Asia, she believes in the goodness of human nature and in the transformative powers of media and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO and executive editor of Rappler, Maria Ressa.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope you all had a great lunch. It was such a packed room, and I love this venue. But I only have 7 minutes, so I will quickly take you through the ideas that are rocking our world. For me, Rappler is a little more than 3.5 years old, and we've done things with technology that I would never have thought possible with media. Let me take you through. Let's start here. How can we actually move our world, right? What is the big difference that's there? And it's really this, that line of disruption. And I think you've heard a lot of CEOs speaking this morning, and you'll hear more. Nick's right after me, actually. You see this. Media companies in the past grew in a linear manner. If you grew 10% the next year, that's fantastic. But with technology, with social media, which has an exponential growth curve, you can actually take it and see that area of disruption. Rappler isn't quite in that hockey stick, but it spans in that area of disruption, meaning our growth rates are much higher than you would have expected from traditional media. What triggered it? Social media. And I want to show you both the good and the bad of social media, and they're all on this slide. On the right side, you can kind of see this community that formed. Did you know that the largest Twitter movement, a global movement that happened on Twitter, happened here in the Philippines? 41 million tweets in a 24-hour period. That cloud there is full of Filipinos tweeting about Aldab, right? We do it. We do it for Aldab. So I always wonder, could we do it for more than Aldab? Probably the most virulent, let's call it evil. If Aldab is full of love, the left side is full of hate. This group posts more than 200,000 pieces of social media content in a day. And it has brought more than 30,000 fighters in a little more than 3 years to Syria and Iraq. ISIS. I'd say they're better than most organizations in how they handle social media. It's important to look at this because of this. What happens on social media is only the tip of the iceberg. And social media is a game changer because it's literally playing with your emotions and rewiring your brains. So if you look, this is how we look at it, and really the secret to Rappler's success, and I think the secret of your company's push into this new digital age. If you think about it like this, that social networks are your physical family and friends. We know this, right? We talk to our family and friends. We trust our family and friends. But social media are your family and friends without boundaries of time and space. It's your family and friends on steroids. And that's what this shows. So this is the way I see the world. The top, the post, the tweet, is only the tip of the iceberg. Every post you push out carries an emotion. And you know, the Gallup 2013 poll said that the Philippines is the most emotional country in the world. Singapore is the least emotional. So here in Southeast Asia, right? So it carries an emotion. That emotion travels over the social network, your social media networks. And because that travels and affects each one of the people who sees it, you can change behavior. We can see this. Look at Al-Dub and look at ISIS. It is so potent with ISIS that it convinces 15 and 16-year-old British girls to leave their family, to leave their homes, and go to Syria to fight a jihad. How is that possible, right? So this is the way we see the world. This is Rappler. Rappler is still, our core is journalism, the discipline of traditional, professional journalism. But we tied it with technology. That technology is the one that will give you that hockey stick growth, the potential to reach far more people than you have. In fact, right now, we're live streaming on Facebook. We're alpha testing it. So, you know, showing this on Facebook is amazing because now you have TV in your pocket, right? Technology does that. And then if you embrace the last part, your community, the crowd, the wisdom of the crowd. This is where Rappler sits, smack in the middle. We use social media, crowdsourcing, and then big data, the three tech developments that is changing information and the pace of change. Here's the other part. The pace of change has accelerated so fast. And you can see it, you can feel it, right? I normally say, actually, if you look at the S&P 500 companies, they've got to worry about it. Even if you're large, there is no armor against change. It's moving so fast that information, let's say before it used to travel over 85 years, the lifespan of a human being. Now it travels in the lifespan of a fruit fly. You know how long that is? 2 weeks. You've collapsed what we used to learn in 85 years into 2 weeks. That's the pace of change. That's the pace of information. I'm going to end with two things to show you. This is our foray, an APEC SME. Bravo to the SMEs because, as you must have heard from Doris, 90% of the country's economy from it. This is our foray in Indonesia. Little Rappler, after being less than 2 years old, moved into Jakarta, and that is the community that we got with one story, Tragedy Mina, the tragedy in Saudi Arabia during the Mecca, during the Hajj, right? And that, you can see, is our Indonesian community connected to the rest of the world. Here's the other part. When you connect people on social media, this is a tool that we built to monitor our communities. It's called Reach. But this can also show us how we can move society to act. And I'll show you an example of that. If you remember Mary Jane Veloso, a Filipina who was jailed and was sentenced to death in Indonesia. She was supposed to be executed on a Tuesday. Our story, because our reporter in Jakarta could speak both Bahasa Indonesia and Tagalog, she actually got great access to it and was able to do justice to Mary Jane's story because she had been shunted aside by the foreign networks, by the foreign media who focused on the Bali Nine, the Australians. When we told her story, people began to realize that she looked like she had been duped into carrying the drugs into Indonesia. And so you can see from March 31, when the hashtag was just introducing to you, hashtag Mary Jane, telling you her story, to hashtag Save Mary Jane on April 26, and then on April 26, that's a Saturday, right? So this shows you the inside, how we work. A 20-something, one of our 20-somethings in our civic engagement arm came to me on that Saturday night before the Tuesday execution and said, Change.org wants to work with us. Can we work to try to save this girl? I've been a journalist for 30 years, and I said, it's Saturday before she's supposed to be executed on Tuesday. No government will change its mind. That's the past. Well, the 20-somethings proved me wrong. And over the span of that Saturday night, going into Tuesday at 1 a.m., President Aquino, spurred by social media, spurred by the actions of people who were affected by what people were doing on social media, he picked up the phone, and here's a funny story. His phone, he was at an ASEAN meeting, and his phone wasn't working. So he asked people to give him a phone so he could call President Jokowi, right? The phone that he found that worked was an old phone, a Nokia phone that was a Hello Kitty pink phone. That's what he called President Jokowi on. And at 1 a.m., President Jokowi stayed the execution of Mary Jane Veloso. Hashtag Mary Jane lives. We continue that story, but here's where I want to show you how our communities in the Philippines and in Indonesia came together. That's the virtual world and how it impacted the real world. I always talk about it as, the movie Inception, Leonardo DiCaprio, that people went into the dream world to change reality. I think, and we've seen it, you can go into social media to change reality. Another instance, hashtag Million People March. One Facebook post, 7 days to get 100,000 people, Filipinos protesting against corruption in Luneta Park. So these are some of the things. I'll just end with this because I want you to hear Nix's story. Let's go to the tool Reach. And I'm going to see who among you are actually using the Twitter hashtag you're supposed to use. Because, mind you, ISIS is so good at hijacking hashtags. Let's go to Reach. Here we go. Click through. And let's type in the hashtag of this summit. Let's click the map. And then please type in hashtag APEC SME Summit 15. And what this tool will do is it will pull down the last 500 tweets and show you how you, if you're tweeting, are connected to everyone else. I call it God's eye view, right? You don't have to have security clearance to have a better understanding of how information flows through our world. There you go. Take a look. APEC SME. Let's click one. Let's click. Go ahead, and you can see which accounts are there, right? And you can see which ones are influencing the dialogue. Tony Fernandez, of course he's there. Let's go to another one. Oh, that's me. I'm sure Davila is there because she has so many Twitter followers. Sorry, Karen Davila. Let's look at one more. Guys, are you not a young millennial audience? Why is this so tiny? Right? That is the power of this technology. That is the power of social media, of big data. It gives us greater new insights for things that we can do together. You can harness the crowd. You can change your world. That's the idea behind Rappler. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ressa. May we invite you to kindly take your seat on stage as we introduce our next speaker. Nix Noledo is considered a pioneer in the Philippine IT industry. Starting out in the consumer technology sector, he eventually went on to establish PinoyExchange.com in 1999, the first local standalone online message board with a platform that allowed Filipinos to engage in a variety of online conversations with each other. After a stint with the Ayala Group and with 2 other partners, he founded Surpass, a technology company that creates digital products for the mobile consumer. Surpass held one of the most successful IPOs on the Philippine Stock Exchange. Noledo's advice to startups? Don't be afraid to disrupt yourselves. Please welcome the President and CEO of Surpass Incorporated, Nix Noletto.
Hi, guys. So, my talk now will be about my personal journey as an entrepreneur, which is a bit new for me since I'm so used to talking about Surpass and what it does and how we're looking to expand. Yeah, so hopefully you guys will have a lot of takeaways, and yeah, maybe we can have the slides up, please. Okay, so I didn't put any video, and I think there's a 7-minute timer. Okay, so my entrepreneurial story. Quick background, I actually come from a very successful family. Both my parents are very successful lawyers, none of whom are entrepreneurs. I don't have grandfathers, uncles, cousins who really are entrepreneurs. So me becoming a tech entrepreneur was a very unusual path. I was a very poor student. In fact, at one point when I was in high school, I had a trimester where I had 5 lines of 7. I was always on the verge or teetering on the edge of failing, but I always managed to pull through and figure stuff out. But I found some respite being in the table tennis team of both my grade school, high school, and college intrams teams and school teams. So I found something that I could say I was very good at or I was the best at, even though it's probably not something that's too popular or has a widespread following. But when I got to college, I started to realize, maybe I should take a different path. Maybe I should become an entrepreneur. Maybe I should become an employer, not an employee. Because I was surrounded by very smart people who I said, corporate life is probably more of the same as school life. And probably these guys are going to outperform me again when I enter the corporate world. I needed to change my own trajectory, my own personal path. So I became an entrepreneur. 3rd year college, I incorporated my first company. It was called Unitas, or Unity in Latin. And I had everything from a Mr. Donut franchise. I had a cafeteria stall in a high school down south. I had a small PlayStation place where I would rent stuff out. Unfortunately, none of them worked. So I had 7 failed businesses early on when I was in college, from very small to medium. And then the Asian financial crisis hit, and I graduated March of 1998. So I couldn't get a job. In fact, I walked the entire stretch of Ayala Avenue, and my strategy would be I would go to the top of every building, and I would take the stairs going down and spam every HR department with my CV, hoping I would get a call back. Unfortunately, none of them called. And so I ended up working as a restaurant manager in KFC SM North branch. In fact, I never made it to manager. I was actually an assistant manager in SM North. And here is where I learned a lot of how businesses run. The point of sale system taught me a lot about how sales can be driven. Getting people to come into your store was really marketing. Understanding supply chain came from working with the commissary to make sure you had enough products to sell. Customer service was also there, operations, HR, managing a lot of your crew. All of these things I learned by running one branch. And so I'm forever thankful for this experience. In July 1999, I started a website called PinoyExchange.com. I actually licensed a software called Ultimate Bulletin Board. I can't program a single line of code, so I actually had to license off-the-shelf software, created Pinoy Exchange, but then I said, how do I generate traction for it when I don't have money to spend on advertising? The insight came to me when I said, the UAAP games are very popular. Maybe I can have someone announce during halftime the fact that people could continue to talk about the game on my website. So the game lives beyond the confines of a single live event. And because of that, Pinoy Exchange became the largest online community in the Philippines within 3 months, without us spending a single peso in advertising. Pinoy Exchange ended up being acquired by Ayala, and there my world opened. Being part of the Ayala Group, I was exposed to all of the tech giants who were coming to the Philippines. At the time, it was Nokia, AOL, Yahoo, all trying to see what businesses can we bring to Southeast Asia. And I was exposed to all of that, and my world expanded. Then I noticed one interesting statistic. There were 6 million cell phones and 2 million PCs. And I said, there are two drivers of internet access: cost of access and cost of the device that accesses the internet. At the end of the day, you can't sell toothpaste if people don't have toothbrushes. Coming from a poorer country like the Philippines, where 90% of the population has a difficult time affording a PC or a laptop, I said the future of the internet was mobile. And with two partners, we started Surpass. This was our first office. We started a business with 62,500 pesos, and this is what it bought. My dad, being a lawyer, had a small 40 square meter space where he would write his law books. We didn't really have money to buy furniture, so we reused whatever furniture he had. We didn't have money to buy computers, so we brought our computers from home. And we didn't even have money to buy lunch money, so we'd always take baon or packed lunches during lunchtime, so we would save every penny. And we didn't have money to pay ourselves either. But over the years, we built the first mobile games. We were doing social media applications early on. We were doing image applications for the phone before the time of Instagram. And we were allowing subscribers to store their messages and their content on the internet before Dropbox. So the categories that we're in, games, stickers, and all of that, these are not new categories. We essentially make them available for the base of the pyramid emerging market customer. So we combine many different ingredients to make it accessible to a much broader base. And we have a very iterative approach to product development. From our idea, we prototype it, and then we test it. Depending on the data that we receive, the metrics that we get, we decide that we double down or do we kill it. So this iterative process of product development allowed us to save or minimize our losses and at the same time maximize our successes. In December 2 of 2014, we became the first consumer tech company to list in the Philippines. And apparently there are no other consumer tech companies listed in other stock exchanges in Southeast Asia. There's none in Singapore, there's none in Thailand, there's none in Indonesia, and several other markets. So, we never raised venture capital money until the IPO, and we never borrowed a single peso until today. I've never even seen what a bank loan form looks like. And we've made a number of acquisitions and investments since we've started to accelerate our growth. So this is really quite the dream for us. And we're looking to expand to several other markets, and now we're in Indonesia. So really, I guess my story is, I'm a below average student. I used to work at KFC. I can't program a single line of code, and I never raised venture capital money or a loan. And that just proves that what I've created with my partner shows that nothing truly is impossible. So takeaway for all you guys, one day your life will flash before your eyes. Always make sure it's worth watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Noledo. May we invite you to take a seat on stage, please, with Ms. Ressa, as we call on decorated journalist, Ms. Karen Davila, to facilitate the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. What a pleasure listening to Maria, who was my former boss. And Nix, I have to say, you have a powerful story.
Thank you.
I'll start the session with a quote from Scott Anthony, who will be speaking at least, I think, at 2:30 this afternoon. He said, "It's never been easier to start a company than today, but harder to build one. In fact, of all the startups in the world, only 0.07% become successful." Can you imagine how small that is? But yet, the ones that do, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, we talk about them like they happen every day, when the truth is, they don't. So Nix, I want to ask you, When you started Surpass, of course you started with PinoyExchange.com. Did you think it was going to succeed? And what did you learn from other startups that would at least ensure that you would survive the market?
I think it's a benefit that we had very scarce resources. I feel there are a lot of startups who are very good at fundraising, but aren't very good at really iterating their business model or really creating something that's very impactful for their customers. And so we had the benefit of spending a lot of time thinking through how do we craft an experience that would give us the broadest audience and at the same time very deep market penetration. And there were several layers that we had to sort of take out. I mean, we have 5% credit card penetration by headcount. How can people pay for these products? The average price point for a paid good in any app store is 99 US cents, yet most mobile subscribers who are prepaid only have about 35 US cents in their prepaid wallet. So from a pricing standpoint, how do you solve it? So across every dimension of the customer experience, we had to peel off the barriers for them to adopt our products. And having, I guess, limited resources allowed us to think through how to solve these problems creatively without really throwing money at it.
Now for Maria, in a country of 100 million people, where 80% essentially belong to the DNA market, and the source of news is mostly from television and radio, with number 3 coming from print. It takes a lot of balls to actually start an online news organization and say to yourself, I am gonna make sure we earn money and we are profitable. Was that easy?
Yes.
Are you earning money now?
We will be by early next year.
Okay, all
So
right.
if you think about
So
it,
there you
even
go.
now, right?
Yeah, go on.
It used to take CNN, ANC a decade to break even. Now it's escalated. You can break even within 3 to 5 years, which is what most companies aim for who are on the internet.
But how did you do it?
Throwing away the way we used to see the world. You know, I mean, again, imagine, look at how fast technology changes. That cell phone is now live to millions, right? We don't need an outside, an OB van to do that. We don't need 20 people. You have one cell phone and that's how fast it goes. So how do you do it? For us, we started with 12 people, many ex-ABS, and we took what we knew. I meant that in a nice way.
They have mixed reactions. Did you pirate the ABS people? No, I'm kidding. Go on, so ex-ABS.
We took what we knew, right? And then decided that what we knew had to be changed. And the hardest part for the older journalists was getting rid of our old ways of doing things. And then the last part that we did is I hired, there were 4 or 5 of us above 40, everyone else was 20-something. Because the digital natives really do think differently.
But then let's face it, you both started a company, you were passionate about it, you liked PinoyExchange.com, probably you liked people communicating with each other, you're essentially a news junkie, but there's no business model to actually make anything online earn. Let's face it, Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg earned what? Now he's a super zillionaire, but earned in the last 2 years. It's not immediate. So for people that are watching that want to start a startup and it's online, what is the business model for making sure you make money?
You know, most of these startups can earn today, immediately, if they turned off or toned down their customer acquisition costs.
Like how?
So most, for example, I mean, Grab Taxi raised $250 million in its last round. Most of that money goes into subsidizing the fares of riders so that they can build the habit, and at the same time, giving extra revenues to the drivers of the cabs so that they suggest it to the cab riders to take it. And then they spend on advertising. So if you look at their transaction volume, and if you look at their expenses, once you take out their advertising and their customer acquisition costs, that will immediately be profitable. And that's the same for most of these startups. I bet you even Lazada, if they turned off their customer acquisition cost, instantly profitable because they're already doing upwards of 10 billion pesos in total revenue. I mean, at a certain point, you hit this this point where your revenues grow exponentially and your expenses still stay roughly the same, and your cost of goods also goes down because you have the transactions volume.
Okay,
and
Maria.
I'll add costs, right? So if you think about it, and I can say this because this was many years ago already, but when I left ABS, CapEx, our CapEx cost would be $2 million a year, right? When I started Rappler in that same year, it was $150,000. So you shrink your costs, you get rid of unnecessary costs, you start with the right people who are willing to try new things, and you can watch it grow. The last part is, there are two ways you can do a startup. You can do bootstrap, which everybody has read Lean Startup. By the way, for the record, he was the youngest board member, the founding board member of Rappler, so I'm a journalist and I'm transparent. But the last part of that is, from Lean Startup, you can also get VC funding so that you can infuse money into the company so you can grow faster. That's what Zuckerberg did, for example. They weren't, Twitter, I think, may not even be making money yet right now, but what they're doing is growing the base so you own the market before you actually begin to charge.
All right. Now, when it comes to news, with television, you're able to measure viewership. For example, ratings in television determine advertisements, ad rates, and how many advertisements a television show gets. But the question is, for an online portal like Rappler, or it could be any other online news, how do you know and how do you measure how many people are watching? How do you sell it to an advertiser? Because case in point, just because you press like does not mean you've seen all of the content. So how is it measured?
Everything is measurable on digital. And actually what I would argue is that you can figure out which stories are read, how long it took someone to read it, which other stories they read after that. You can measure anything. So what's happening right now is that I think advertisers are trying to take those same rigorous measurements that are available on digital to television. Right? Because how do we measure? We lived by nighttime ratings, right? And those ratings are set up in set-top boxes. And they're at statistical sampling. They're not reality. So you can argue both ways, but I think what you're seeing is really a shift in the way we see the world because of the scale of the people you can reach.
My last question. In the world today, the term disruptive innovation is on the mouths of every young graduate. But the problem is they want to earn money. It's to make a lot of money. How can disruptive innovation be used for profit and to also change the world?
Well, disruptive innovation just simply means that you're replacing the status quo of how things are done. But really, the ultimate disruption is the internet and the smartphone. By 2020, almost everyone in the world will have a supercomputer in their phones. It's called a smartphone, with access to everything known to man. That's called the internet. So that's a platform by which people will start coursing more and more of their lives through versus the traditional way they do things. How people will get their insurance, how people will get a loan, how people will do their grocery, how people will meet other friends, how people will consume their news, how people will get their entertainment, such as games. All of that will suddenly be coursed through this device because people's worlds will become much, much larger than their physical space. That's extremely disruptive. And I think the opportunity for every entrepreneur is to think through what new business models can I build given this massive reality that's forthcoming, and that's already here.
So I think for me, I didn't go into it to make money. I wanted to make sure that we're self-sufficient. But last April, I stayed in Aspen for 3 days with really super sharp minds, people who were trying to figure out how technology can jumpstart development. And we can. And just to jump off of what Nick said, your mobile phone right now ends social exclusion, ends political exclusion, it ends financial exclusion, right? Imagine if we can give to every person who owns a mobile phone aid after a disaster, which is now possible. CCT goes through the mobile phones. There are so many things that we can do, and we can use technology to solve age-old problems.
If there's one thing President Aquino can do, since the theme of this year's APEC Economic Leaders Meeting is inclusive growth, what can President Aquino do to genuinely support SMEs?
So Maria will answer first.
You know, you should.
Sige ako. I love Nick's.
No, really for the tech startup community, access to capital is a big sort of game changer. I was talking to a lot of VCs and a lot of the guys in the startup community here. If you don't count Surpass's IPO last year, the estimated amount of venture capital that went into all of the startups based in the Philippines in 2014 was probably only about $20 million. Very small. But if you look at like one company in Indonesia, Tokopedia, they raised $100 million last year. That was just one company. So there's really a big disparity between the venture capital funding we get in the Philippines versus what other markets that I feel, you know, we're just as attractive as them as a market is getting. And government can be helpful there. And that's a lot of layers. Make it easier for businesses to set up shop. Make it easier for incentives for venture capital to fund startups and things like those.
Well said,
He's
Maria.
so diplomatic. I'm going to be less diplomatic. I think that we need to get rid of the barriers that stop us from doing business. I just finished a fundraising round. It is so painful. If we were a company that was based in Singapore, it would have cut my work by more than 8 months, right? Having said that, imagine with our antiquated laws and with the lack of our systems, how well we're doing now. Imagine what more we could do. So if I could wave a magic wand, please get out of the way.
All right, Maria Ressa and Nick Snoliedo, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for that illuminating discussion, Ms. Ressa, Mr. Noledo, and Ms. Davila. And now, let's make way for our next speaker.
Dexter Liggett Gordon realizes the value of community, particularly the Filipino community in California. The Berkeley graduate, who in fact didn't get in on his first try but persevered, describes himself as a problem solver with a background in product development, program and policy design, and public systems. He is an effective strategist in several contexts: political, relational, and economic, who builds strong teams, incubates projects from scratch, and achieves objectives in ambiguous circumstances. He brings all these qualities to the company he started, an online recruiting platform called Caliber.
Ladies and gentlemen, the CEO and COO of Caliber, Dexter Liggett Gordon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dexter. I'm Caliber's Chief Operating Officer and co-founder. Caliber today is the fastest growing talent platform in the Philippines. My story with Caliber started 3 miles away from here, 75 years ago. My grandparents started in Pasay. My grandparents started in Pasay. My grandmother sold mangoes on the side of the street. My grandfather had driven a jeepney. They made a commitment to themselves as they were building their family that they would invest in the education of their children such that their children can find the best jobs possible. My mom was their eldest child. And once she graduated from college, they helped her make the decision, what am I going to do? My grandparents had saved, had earned. My grandfather became a sailor and such that my mother could finish college. And when she finished, she had to make the decision, where do I build the future for my family? So she actually crossed an ocean to California, because that's where she felt she could find the best job possible for her, where she could build the best future for her family. These are the stories that inspire me. When I actually got rejected but admitted into Berkeley, I joined an organization called PASS. That organization is where I met my co-founder, Paul Rivera, for Caliber. PASS helps students who are underprivileged apply to colleges such that they can find the best jobs possible. After college, Paul went the private sector route. He went off to work for Google, a little small company. I went off to work for the public sector. I worked for government. After some time, Paul moved here actually to the Philippines to co-found a call center. Oh, here's my grandparents. This is my mom who crossed the ocean. And this is actually Paul, my co-founder. He moved here, founded a call center here in the Philippines. And actually at the time, I was in the United States working for government to build workforce development programs to prepare the population for entry into jobs that were growing, into industries that were growing in the United States. I had gotten jaded working for the government, and I resigned from my job. In 2011, I came back here to the Philippines, and just to spend time with my family that remained here. But I gave Paul a phone call. We hadn't seen each other since college. It's been about 8 years. I said, Paul, let's have dinner. So he invited me to my call center, to his call center, and that was this night. He said, Dexter, something's happening here in the Philippines. The economy is growing really fast. I have all these job openings, but I can't connect with the talent that's available, with the talent that qualifies for these jobs. And I told Paul, this is what I do. He said, Dexter, we need to talk. That night, we made the commitment to found Caliber, to help people and jobs connect. We got our first break. But before we got our first break, I had to make the decision. Am I going to make the decision that my mom did to cross an ocean, to come back to the Philippines? So I did. But because we hadn't raised any money, the only way I could make ends meet is I had to live in a backpacker hostel with 5 other people in my room for 8 months. All of the belongings that I had in the world fit into these 2 bags, and I only had 1 pair of shoes. The bag on the left had all my books. The bag on the right's full of underwear. We got our first break because 3 years ago we applied to this program it's an incubator called Y Combinator. How many of you heard of Y Combinator? Wow, okay, many. This is where the likes of Dropbox, of Airbnb, of Reddit were founded, billion-dollar companies. And Paul and I were bold. We had nothing to lose. We applied. And 3 years ago, we got an email. They invited us to participate in Y Combinator. We're the first company from the Philippines, the second in Asia to participate. That was our first break. So coming from Y Combinator, we're on a high. We tried to figure out how to tackle this problem of unemployment and connection to employment. So what we did was we built this very big solution where we did online marketing, online assessments, e-learning. Then we did recruitment, connected people to jobs. We went to market, and it was too big. It was unfocused. We ran out of cash. And I was like thinking, do I have to move back into the backpacker hostel? So we raised money again. And we figured out, well, what is it that we really need to focus on? What is it that we're really good at building? We're really good at building technology. So we launched software where companies can use to assess, to screen, to recruit. We launched it. We actually got traction. We had the call center association. We had a handful of clients. Thumbtack, who spoke this morning, was our first paying client. But then the sales cycle was a year long. We didn't have enough capital to last our first sale. So what do we do? Before we ran out of money again, we said, well, we failed twice. let's go back to basics. What is the problem that we're actually trying to solve here? We're trying to solve the problem of the fact is that it's hard to look for work. When you post a job, you get flooded with resumes. When you're a job seeker, you become an anonymous piece of paper in a pile that has 1,000 others. How are you going to distinguish yourselves from all the others? So what we did was we made something simple. We said we're going to make our job seekers heroes, and we're going to flip the switch. Rather than them having to look for work, we're going to have the jobs look for them. So we built Caliber. It's a talent marketplace where companies can list their jobs and find people who match the requirements of the jobs. It's where jobs find people. Now, why is this different than LinkedIn? LinkedIn is great. We use LinkedIn also, but it's really fit for the top half of the labor market. We're fit for the bottom half, where nobody has a resume or you don't have a social network. We flipped the switch, and this is when we took off. Right now, Caliber connects one person a minute to a new job. We have 14 government agencies who are looking for talent to bring new life into government agencies because governments need new life. But more importantly, we have 250,000 people who are entrusting us with their futures, with their careers, with their dreams. My family's history is defined by my individual members looking for work. What made us and got us motivated, what kept us focused at each point when we're about to run out of cash, at each point at which we just didn't know what to do, we grounded ourselves in what got us here. We grounded ourselves in why we fight. We grounded in ourselves the stories of our families. Paul's grandmother, she started as a seamstress. His mom also went across the ocean to become a nurse in the United States. This is what helped us push through. This is what helped us remind ourselves why we have to fight. People look to innovation. When they think of innovation, they look to the future. They look to what's the next big thing. Innovation for us is looking to our past. We asked ourselves what made us who we are. And that's why, wow, thank you. I feel like I'm preaching to a choir, and it's very hot. We asked ourselves, what problems do we care about? Caliber is actually a small company. There's only 40 of us. But we're dedicated. We're problem solvers. We're focused. We care about the people whose pictures we showed. We want to ask, how can we help them find the best future possible? How can we help jobs find them? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. May we invite you to kindly take your seat on stage as we introduce our next speaker.
Wearable technology with an emphasis on life-assisting and life-saving devices for the elderly is what Simple Wearables is all about. Hong Kong-based entrepreneur Angelo O'Malley, who also happens to be a certified fitness instructor, founded his company with his frail 92-year-old grandmother in mind, creating devices that function like a remote healthcare service. Simple Wearables is the third business for the UCLA and Stanford graduate, who together with his co-founder Edwin Lee, conceived, designed, and built the system that runs the devices. With his experience and education, he is as familiar with the technical side as he is with the intricacies of building a company from scratch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder and CEO of Simple Wearables, Angelo O'Malley.
Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. My name is Angelo Umali, founder and CEO of Simple Wearables. I'm going to talk about a very personal story today, about dreams and my struggles and how that led me to Simple Wearables. I'm going to start from the very beginning. It will be a talk about hope, health, and happiness. People who know me well will tell me that I move at a faster pace than expected. When I was born here in Manila, my mom told me I was only 5 pounds, the tiniest of all my siblings. But then she told me I ate so much trying to catch up that by the time I was 3 years old, I was 60 pounds. When I was 4, apparently, I told my mom that I wanted to go to school already. And so we talked to the principal, and the principal said, okay, you go ahead. By the time I was 11, I begged my mom, Mom, I really want to go to high school. I hate grade 7. And so I got in. By the time I got to high school, I caught up with my sister who was 3 years older than me. You bet she didn't like that. I went to the Philippine Science High School. I met people from all walks of life. From daughters of tycoons to sons of farmers, we all were united by one thing. We wanted to use science to improve the Philippines. It was there that I realized that innovators can come from anywhere. It was there I developed a heart for the Philippines. After high school, slides, I got into medical school through the intermediate program at UP. But my father, who was a doctor, said, Anak, huwag ka naman magmadali. Maging engineer ka na lang sa US. Son, don't be such a hurry. Just go take up engineering in the US. It pays more money, and you'll be much happier. And so at 15, I packed up my bags, moved myself on my own to the US, took up electrical engineering at UCLA. One by one, my family moved and immigrated to the United States. Here in the Philippines, we lived pretty comfortably. But in the US, we were struggling. My dad, who was a doctor in the Philippines, couldn't find a job. And my mom, who was an airline executive here, worked 3 jobs so that she could support a family of 5. We stayed with my grandmother in her tiny 1-bedroom apartment. And because the space was so small, we always fought a lot. My dad eventually moved back to the Philippines, and it was my mom and my grandma who helped put 3 children through university. It was a difficult time of our lives. And I was wondering, there must be something more. I want to create jobs that are meaningful jobs so that my mom doesn't have to do this anymore. At UCLA, I fell in love with technology. I was working on next-generation wireless communication systems. That's when I shelved my dreams of becoming a doctor and pursued a job in Silicon Valley, working at the forefront of wireless technology. 10 years ago, we helped define what LTE is today. We helped analyze all the different types of radar, satellites, and communication systems around the world. And this company was the original Hewlett-Packard before they became a computer company. I learned a lot about these 2 men. Hewlett and Packard went to Stanford, and they were the ones that helped start what Silicon Valley is today. I surmised that, hey, I want to build the Philippines version of Silicon Valley as well. Maybe if I went to that school, I'll find out what happened. And so I did. I went to Stanford University. I got my master's degree in electrical engineering. I was so amazed at how everyone had an idea and built a company around it. It was at Stanford that I realized that ideas could change the world. After graduate school, I moved to Hong Kong because my company moved me there to manage the Asia-Pacific region. I worked hard, I learned a lot of things. But after 3 years, I was still half the age of the next youngest coworker. My advisor told me, you're going too fast for your own good. But for me, I wanted to do something bigger. And so I quit. I went on my own and I faced an uncertain future. I planned on living off my savings for a year until I figured out what I wanted to do. Living off your savings is scary because your bank account just keeps going down. But it forced me to move as fast as I could, a pace that I was very comfortable with. I had no idea, I had no team, I had no product. But this part I knew, that if I was gonna dedicate the next part of my life, I wanted to solve a big problem. I wanted to make a big impact. Then came the tragedy that provided purpose to my passion. My grandmother in the United States fell down. 3 days later, she died. If only we knew how strong that impact was, we would have rushed her to the ER. Maybe we could have saved her life. Who knows? That's how I found out the problem I needed to solve. And how big is this problem? Every year, 270 million people will fall down around the world. In Japan alone, 80% of all emergency calls are because of elderly people falling down. Our product, the Simple Wave, will automatically detect the fall and notify emergency response. It will send out the strength of impact, your location, and vital information to your caregivers. It will provide peace of mind when you need it the most. Building a company taught me a lot of things. Entrepreneurship will demand everything you've got to give, and that won't be enough. You will need the help of everyone around you. Your friends, your family, your community. And this is why I invited my friends and family here today. Without them, Simple Wearables won't be where we are today. Today, I see dots connecting. My desire to become a doctor is now being fulfilled through technology. Technology moves at my pace. And technology is how we're providing high-impact jobs back here in the Philippines. Philippine Science High School taught me that I could be an innovator. UCLA made me fall in love with technology. Stanford told me that I could change the world. But it took losing my grandma to teach me what big lesson I have to solve. My company is Simple Wearables. We provide peace of mind. This talk is dedicated to my last living grandmother, and I hope she'll be proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Umali. May we invite you to be seated on stage as we call in once more award-winning journalist and TV anchor, Ms. Karen Davila.
Dexter and Angelo, Doris is in tears. You both have very powerful stories. And one striking thing, Dexter, you had said was, for innovation, we must look at our past. But not everybody can do that. It takes a lot of self-awareness to really look at your past and use it to build something. Tell us, to those in the audience who may be thinking, oh my God, I have a similar past. Their story is like mine, and yet they're sitting there and they don't have a company like yours. What was the aha moment, as Oprah would say, that clicked in your mind that this is it? Dexter.
I think for us, to answer your question, why do we look to our past? Because when we look to our past, we understand who we are. And when we understand who we are, we understand why we face the challenges that we face. And I think for a startup, particularly one that's founded here in the Philippines, we're constantly building our business around how to solve problems that can make an impact on people's lives, because that's where the market is. The market is, lower income here compared to the rest of the world. The aha moment for us was that there's companies, the Philippines is growing very fast, 7% GDP growth every year. The companies that are here, they're scrambling for talent. And there's a workforce of about 40 million here. The aha moment is, why don't we empower the job seekers to make Burma, to build their profiles, to showcase what skills they have, and allow companies to find them based on that. Because that's what companies are really looking for. They're not looking for a piece of paper on a desk. Companies are looking for the talent that can, and the skills that can help them achieve their company's goals. So that was our aha moment. We flipped the script. Rather than, passing papers or going to a job fair where the line's going outside the door, we enabled companies to really search for the talent and the skills that they really need.
Hi, Karen.
Hello.
Everyone. So, as for our company, I think it takes a level of self-awareness, knowing your strengths.
But you must be very close to your grandmother
Yes.
for her to have an impact on your life that way.
Yeah, because when we moved to the U.S., it was a very tough time for us. I mean, I had to work jobs I could barely get a job because I was 16 in college, and I had to do stuff to earn money. But it was my grandma cooking breakfast every day, dinner at night, just trying to push us through this machine of education. But so she was strict, but now looking back, she did everything she could to help us. The same thing for my mom, and so. Looking back, it's like, it's time to give back.
Now, both of you answered a clear need, which is a requirement for actually making a startup succeed. You have to answer a need, and you need to have a customer base. The question now is, for you, for example, wherein it's simple wearables, invention is part of the innovation. Where did you get the inventor?
So I was also actually, what I didn't mention in the talk was I financed the company by working as a part-time fitness instructor. So I taught fitness programs, and I also...
I'm impressed. Okay.
I also took photography. I took photos for clients just to survive. But as a fitness instructor, there are Fitbits out there, a lot of wearable devices that addressed self-quantification. And that need is only for a very tiny portion of the population. There are a lot of other people that need to move. Those who are disabled, those who need physiotherapy, those who are obese, those who are elderly.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when we tried to look at all the different segments and looked at which one should we address. And it's the elderly population is the only population segment that will keep growing.
That's
Guaranteed.
true. Yeah, because we will all become old at one point.
All of us, yes.
But then what's interesting, Dexter, before I go back to you, you put up this business in Hong Kong. Am I correct?
Right.
You missed that in your speech, but I was able to chat with Angelo backstage a while ago before lunch. And you said it was so easy to actually start a business in Hong Kong. And that struck me. You could have started that business in the Philippines. And yet, tell them your story about Hong Kong.
Right, so in Hong Kong, I filed a form, and it was, the incorporation form, and I was on my own.
And you're a foreigner.
I'm a foreigner of Hong Kong, and within a week, I got it. If I paid a little bit more money, it would be 24 hours.
But can you imagine that? He's a foreigner, he's not a resident, he's not a citizen. He opened a company in Hong Kong within, you said one week. If you were going to change something in the Philippines so that there would be more startups, more foreigners coming in, what would it be?
Cameras are rolling, right?
Yeah, but the Hong Kong experience is very telling for the SMC Summit today.
So I guess in terms of, because we're also in the process of doing this, and we've gone through this in the Philippines, and you need 5 people to incorporate, 3 of which have to be Filipino-born. And if you don't have that many co-founders to start with, you can't even incorporate, and you can't have a license to do your business and everything. And so it would be great for a lot of, for the Philippines in general, to attract a lot of the talent, because you can see Thumbtack hired a lot of people here. Our company's hiring a lot of people here. There's a lot of talent here, and for us to tap that, let's fix the processes and make it a lot easier for foreigners to help build a business.
So it's right to say that you are considered a foreigner in Hong Kong, yet you founded a business in Hong Kong.
Yes.
Okay. Dexter, what about you? Caliber, is it incorporated and founded in the Philippines?
We were first incorporated and founded in the Philippines. And what I want to say is that there's going to be a lot of challenges as an entrepreneur you're going to have to fix. I know we talk about the government as being the problem and it's inefficient. If you're an entrepreneur, don't wait. Right?
That's what happens when you have young panelists. They speak their mind.
I think that what we have to focus on is there a problem? How do we fix it? That's what we're doing every day. And filling out paperwork at the SEC, it's just another problem. It's one that makes your head hurt, but it's a problem, right? Just fix it. Just move on. Because there's bigger challenges. What I'd rather say is that I'd rather solve, fixing the administrative items or the small items. This employment problem is the big one. Why am I going to sacrifice solving the big problem because I'm intimidated by the small ones? This is what the call of entrepreneurs are, to solve problems. So administration, it's a part of the headache. And I've been throughout Southeast Asia. To be honest with you, it's no better. So I think that, this is where I think we can really challenge ourselves. We can really focus our energies on solving the problems that matter to society rather than the problems that matter to our administrative headaches. So yes, we were founded first here in the Philippines. Yes, we're incorporated first here. When we got into Y Combinator, we also set up a Delaware company, and of which the Philippine company is a part of that group now.
But how do you ensure client satisfaction? I mean, considering your matching, how do you control quality and client satisfaction when services are delivered by a third party altogether, which is Caliber?
Well, wow, you're really investigative on me right now.
Yeah.
That's a really great question. Any other talent platform out there, you essentially submit a PDF of your resume. In short, the platform doesn't know anything about you other than your 26 kilobytes. Caliber, we ask each individual person, what skills do you have? Where did you work? What did you do? What assessments can you pass to demonstrate your skills? So we're very focused on what an individual's capabilities are. And that's how we match them to a job. So it's no wonder that when a company, and we work with small startups and we work with major conglomerates, San Miguel and Ayala. We work with small companies, we work with Frutas, we work with Jollibee, we work with all sorts of companies. It's because we really focus on what they're really looking for. They're not looking for a piece of paper. They're not looking for another application. They're looking for talent. So that's where we focus our energy. And I want to give a shout out to our customer service team. We work very hard. Any question asked by anyone is answered in an hour, right? We want to make our clients successful, the companies who use us, and we want to make our job seekers successful. At the end of the day, our engineers, our product managers, our business development folks come to work because our job is to help other people find work. And that's what keeps us motivated every day.
My last question, the similarity with both your stories, you both experienced a certain amount of hardship, which is shared by many tycoons and frankly, many wealthy people, not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. Dramatic stories of struggle and hardship and pain. But yet, both of you were also educated abroad. You were exposed to different culture. Looking at Filipino talent that is not able to go abroad, can they innovate compared to those that have exposure in Silicon Valley, in other parts of the world? What kind of training and support would you give Filipino talent that will not go abroad like both of you have done?
Caliber, in and of itself, we're a talent company. And one thing that we can humbly brag about is we have top quality talent. Our engineering team, which is a really good focal point for this, they're all Filipino. All of our engineers who built our product and our platform are Filipino. But guess what? Google ranks all of the engineers globally based on competition. Of the top 10 engineers in the Philippines, according to Google, Caliber employs the top 5.
Oh, that deserves a hand.
What deserves a bigger hand is that the number 26 in the world also works at Caliber. So don't tell me that, that the talent here can't compete. We can compete. We are competing. We're just competing abroad.
But what do we need to support our talent?
I see. I think that, my parents, it's interesting because our grandparents both raised us. Our parents were working to really support us. We had the opportunity to study abroad. I think what Dado said earlier and what we're trying to do right now, at least with Caliber and the startup community here, is we want to seed the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. Because what you can't learn at Ateneo La Salle or UP is how to fight for a problem every day when you have to fight against your bottom line, right? You have to learn how to apply your engineering skills, your business development skills, your sales skills in the context of solving a problem where there's real risk involved. So what I think is more important than, say, well, in addition to focusing on education, in addition to focusing on training programs and investment, all of which we need, I think what we also need to do is to build the ecosystem of startup entrepreneurs, to make sure that the existing startups that are getting off the ground and solving problems are able to cultivate that next wave of entrepreneurs. That's what we're contributing to.
Beautiful. Thank you, Angelo.
Yes, so very well said. In addition to helping the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem here, my advice is more personal, I would say. Because you have all the talent you need here. What you really need to do is to find that problem you want to sink your teeth on, the one that you won't latch off and just let go of, and solve it till it's solved. That's the first one. And the second one is the courage to bite onto it. Because my team is very, very talented. Like Caliber, all of our engineering talent is in the Philippines. And we're growing still. And it started from high school classmates. And so that's why I'm recruiting all of them. And then from there, they're networks. And they're very talented people. And they're right there, somewhere back there. Wave? Can you wave? Somewhere out there.
They're in the dark.
Yes.
Yes.
So I mean, and besides just helping the ecosystem, like for companies like us who have been fortunate enough to get this far, we'd like to mentor or help out.
Okay.
And for you guys, you have the courage to ask and ask for help. So.
Thank you very much. Perseverance and build an ecosystem for entrepreneurs. Dexter Gordon, Angelo O'Malley, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett, Mr. O'Malley, and Ms. Davila. That was riveting. We now pose another poll question to our guests. As wearable tech gadgets become more and more popular, do you think they will enhance the quality of life? Again, our next poll question is, as wearable tech gadgets become more and more popular, do you think they will enhance the quality of life? Join our conversation. We now move on to our next speaker. Barbara Navarro joined Google 8 years ago and has been, during this time, head for the South of Europe Public Policy and Government Relations team. She has been in Hong Kong for a year as head of operations and strategy for public policy at APEC Middle East, Africa, and Russia. Before joining Google, Barbara was at NBC Universal as Director of Regulatory Affairs for Spain and Portugal, and at Clark Modet and Company as Director of the International Trademarks Department. Also, she's been a teacher at the Faculty Law of Carlos III University for 8 years. Barbara has a law degree and an executive MBA at IESE Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Miss Barbara Navarro.
Okay. No, now it's working? Okay. Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you. When I was thinking about my presentation, the title of my speech, that now if you take a look to the program, it's a completely different thing. But at the beginning was SME and innovation. I was asking myself, should I talk about, SME? We are not an SME anymore, but we work very close with all of them. Then there are a few things that I can share with the audience. Or should I talk about innovation? We are a very innovative company. And again, there is a few things that I can share. But why I don't talk about SME and innovation? People probably is expecting me to talk about both things at the same time. But I'm going to tell you something. At the end, I decided to focus on innovation. And you know why? Because when you think about what is innovation and what's the driver of innovation, size, it doesn't matter at all. What is innovation? Innovation is try to do things in a different way for the better. What's the driver of innovation? The driver of innovation, and I have heard this during all these amazing speeches, the driver of innovation is passion. Not because I have heard the word passion several times, it's because I have seen this passion in all these people. Then, okay, and then I was thinking about me and about these 8 years in Google, and I was asking myself, okay, Barbara, is your life driven by passion? Is your work driven by passion? Are you trying to do things in a different way for the better? I will come back to this later. But what about Google? It's Google. What is Google passion at the end? What was Google passion 15 years ago? And what is Google passion now? Google passion is to try to organize world information and make it accessible. Google passion is try to make this world better. That's Google passion, and it's still there. But what about the products? Let's go deeper into Google products. Let's see if we can identify that passion in Google products, and let's see if we can identify that each time that we launch a product, we try to do things in a different way for the better. Let's take the search engine, our most popular product probably. What was driving to Stanford students more than 15 years ago to build a search engine? It was a new product at that time? It was not a new product. But why they decided to focus on this? Because they thought that they can do something in a different way, maybe faster. Can we deliver results in less than 1 second? Maybe broader. Why we don't organize information, all the information that is out there, or maybe just let's improve the user's experience. Let's take a look to Gmail, or let's take a look to Maps. Again, same rationale. It was the first time that someone came with this message system or with a maps. No, it was not the first time at all, but they were looking into this in a completely different way. Android, it's a great example. At that moment, when Google started working on Android, they were not leading the mobility market. They were very far away. In fact, there were a lot of companies out there that were leaders in the market, but then they realized that mobility was a different thing, and they approach mobility in a completely different manner, and now we have Android. Then these are good examples of it was the passion was there all the time, and still there. We are a very passionate company, and of course, what each time question that we made is how we can do things different. But what is next? Do we have the same approach? Okay. Let's talk about the self-driving car. Or let's talk about Loon, these balloons that are flying all around trying to give connectivity to people that have access to the internet, or the lens that are able to measure the level of glucose in your tears. All same rationale again. What is behind all these projects? Behind all these projects, it's a lot of passion. A lot of passion about what? We want to change this world. We want to do this world a better place. And why we don't approach things in a different way for the better. Cars are not new. Given connectivity is not new. Lens or measure the level of glucose that you have in your blood is not new. But we are trying to approach this in a completely different way. Then, okay, that's great. I mean, Google is super passionate. I mean, I hope that now you have this very clear. And yeah, I mean, we are trying to approach everything each time with different eyes, with fresh eyes. But what about Google employees? Do they share that passion? I mean, Google employees that we call Googlers, we have that passion, in fact. And when I was preparing this presentation, I was trying to think, okay, where is this? Are we drive by passion? And in fact, we have a name for that. We are drive by passion, and we call it Googliness. That's how we call how we are drive by passion. As you can see, we have names for everything. Then, okay, and I was trying to think, can I show the audience few examples of how people in the company is drive by passion? Yeah, I have. And how people is looking to things in a different way? Yeah, I have. I have two good examples. I have Google News, and I have another good example. I have Google Books. Both projects are the result of 20% Googler's time. What is this 20% Googler's time? It's Googlers, we can spend 20% of our time per week trying to come up with a project, with a product that can change the world. It's as ambitious as that. And these two products are the result of this 20%, okay? Again, a lot of passion there. But my favorite one, I think that this is a great example that shows that we are all innovators. Our project, I don't know if you have heard about our project, and there is no animation in this slide, but I invite you, to check our project today. What is our project? Our project is one person in the marketing team in Spain, very far away from Mountain View, where our headquarters are. One person that said, hey, what happened if we apply Google Earth technology to paintings? Oh, why we have to apply Google Earth technology to paintings? Because we think that with a human eye, we can capture all the details of paintings. We think that when we have a painting just in front of us, we can see everything. But that's not true. There are a lot of details that human eye cannot capture. And we apply Google Earth technology to our project. Then now we can enjoy a lot of paintings that are high-level resolution. And this came from a person at the Spanish office working in marketing team. She basically was thinking about Google Earth and paintings in a completely different way. Then this is another good example. What about me? I talk about me at the beginning. 8 years in Google. I'm drive by passion. I'm trying to look to things in a completely different way. I drive by passion, that for sure. I think that I have learned that from Google. I really am passionate each time that I go that I do my job. I really try to do things in a different way, and I'm proud to see a few of global projects that born in my department. Then, yeah, I'm trying to do things different, and I'm drive by passion. But it was not like that at the beginning. I have to be very honest with all of you. And I'm going to share with you some experience that I have when I just joined Google. And I remember that I was with my manager, and she said, well, okay, let's think about this project. Let me know how you will develop this project. First reaction that I had, ooh, we don't have the resources, and we don't have the budget. And she said, I remember that, I mean, I will always remember. It's, okay, you are not thinking big. You should think big. And then, I mean, I didn't say anything, but I realized it's true. I'm not thinking big at all. I should think bigger. And I learned to think big. This was a learning process. But I have to say you something. In this transfer 1 year ago from Europe to Hong Kong, I have learned a lot too. And I have learned a lot about failure. I came from a country that don't know how to failure. That's one of the problems that we have. And I have heard here a lot of stories about failure, people that try, it doesn't work, and try again. One of the speeches was, I tried 6 times. That's amazing. And that's one of the learnings that I have from people in Asia Pacific, that they are open to fail, that they are open, to innovate, which was a great learning. Okay, then to make like a summary, this is all about, passion. It's all about let's think big. We really need to think big. It's about impossible is nothing. And I mean, all these stories are about that. Impossible is nothing. But probably you were thinking, okay, Barbara, this is super, but can you give us a little bit more related with SMEs, something that we can't apply? And I'm going to share, a few things in terms of how SMEs can innovate. Well, first of all, I assume that all this passion and looking into things in a different way is there. SMEs has some amazing advantage, which is the size, the flexibility, to move to another thing if something is not working. But a few comments, how SMEs can innovate, new business models. We are seeing this all the time, how you can reinvent yourself and do things in a different way. Technology, internet gives us an amazing opportunity to go for new business models, new efficiencies. There is a lot of technology there that help us to be much more efficient. An example, cloud computing is there for everybody. New ways of marketing. We talk about social networks. We can reach people through very, very different tools are all there. The clients, the customers are all there, and we have a lot of platforms to be close to them. New experience, and this is again the failure thing. We can try, and if it doesn't work, we try again. It's fine. I think that new technologies and internet allow us to be that flexible. And new markets, let's think global. It's not anymore about the country where we are. It's about, we are talking about that the world is global now. It is global, and in all the markets are there waiting for you. Then this is what I wanted to share with you during my speech, and I'm gonna close my session, my speech, with a video that it summarizes very well why all that technology, all that innovation that it's there, it's innovation and it's technology that is there for everyone. Thank you very much. Can we play the video?
Thank you, Miss Barbara Navarro.
Ain't shady, baby, I'm hot, like the prodigal son. Big up battle, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, and flower. You're the chosen one.
Hello, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big hand for Ms. Barbara Navarro. We now proceed to our next speaker.
Today's biggest discoveries were born out of man's curiosity. From cavemen creating the earliest tools for hunting, to modern-day scientists and inventors creating medicine, machine, transportation, communication systems, among others. Man's insatiable need to make his life better has led him to undertake a continuing journey of creation and innovation. In the past 10 years, we saw man harness the exceptional power of technology and channel it to amazing inventions which made a huge impact to global societies. The phenomenon of near global access to internet connectivity via cheaper smart mobile devices has made communication easier and more affordable. The production, storage, and transmission of energy from clean, renewable sources are addressing the world's biggest problems: energy security and the consequences of global warming. Innovative healthcare solutions are made even more accessible with a click of a button. E-health systems that combine DNA data, wearable technology, connectivity, and behavioral interventions drive better health outcomes through prediction, prevention, and targeted treatment. A faster and more efficient way of moving money from one person to another through peer-to-peer lending democratizes access to both capital for borrowers and investment opportunities for lenders. Small flying machines and unmanned aerial vehicles are being applied disruptively in various situations and needs, and information and knowledge outside the classroom is now accessible through online learning, driving towards a globally accessible, personalized, and competency-based future education model. Looking into the future, these up-and-coming innovations promise to take us even further in making our world more efficient, more safe, and more nurturing. An environment which has the ability to drive intelligence and automation to almost every industry. A printer that can democratize manufacturing and make production much more efficient and cost-effective. A computing approach that combines machine learning and artificial intelligence to create learning systems that replicate human cognition at scale. Vehicles that have the capability to reduce, if not eliminate, human errors in transportation. And a distributed cryptographic ledger that will allow the public to conduct transactions in a completely transparent way. As long as man works hand in hand with one another, breaking down barriers, constantly creating and innovating, pushing the boundaries, the possibilities are endless. One world united, building, creating together a better tomorrow.
Before we proceed to our next speaker, we would like to invite everyone again to download the APEC SME Summit mobile app, available in iOS and Android. Just search for APEC SME Summit 2015, download the free app to access the conference program, profiles of our speakers and innovation exhibitors, exchange virtual business cards with them, as well as track the schedule of the featured exhibitors' talks happening simultaneously at the atrium level this afternoon. You can also answer our poll questions using the mobile app. Once downloaded, the app is easily triggered by hovering your device's camera on the APEC SME Summit logo printed on your event card or on any APEC SME Summit logo you see. Please remember, we're on social media. Find us on Facebook, APEC SME Summit 2015, and on Instagram and Twitter at APEC SME Summit 2015. You can use hashtag APEC SME Summit 2015, hashtag Pushing Boundaries, and hashtag Prepare to be Disrupted. This event is being live tweeted, so don't forget to tweet your questions after each session and we'll read them out during the Q&A. We now proceed to our next speaker.
Scott Anthony believes innovation is more than a buzzword. It's a discipline. The co-founder and managing partner of InnoSight, a consulting and investment company that focuses on strategic transformation, disruptive change, and business model innovation. He leads its Asian consulting operations and investment activities. Singapore. He addresses the growing need for companies to anticipate disruption better in their industries and create transformative strategies for renewal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the managing partner of InnoSight, Mr. Scott Anthony.
So close to being a great introduction, but good afternoon, everyone. You're going to get to see me present twice today. I'm going to give you 10 minutes of thoughts about an unbelievably broad topic, innovation in the future now. Then I'll come back in just a little bit to talk about how you actually can go and drive innovation. So to start talking about the future, I want to go back in the past. I want to tell you a story that occurred a couple years ago. My wife and I were looking around for a Christmas present for our almost now 8-year-old daughter, Holly. Now, my wife made an observation. She said, every time you're at home working on your laptop, Holly likes to sit on your knee and type along with you. If you ever get an email from me with typos, it's Holly's fault, I swear, it's not mine. My wife said, why don't we get her something that looks like a laptop so we can encourage this behavior, so that when she enters the workforce in 20 years, she'll be that much more prepared for it. My wife always thinks ahead. So we went and we got her a Dora the Explorer laptop pictured here. Now, I won't give much product advice today, but for parents in the room, here's one piece of advice. Do not buy a Dora the Explorer laptop. It is one of the world's most irritating products. But Holly likes her Dora the Explorer laptop. She's outgrown it, but she still takes it out every once in a while to play with it. But as I've watched Holly grow over the last couple years, I've observed that the way she is consuming what we call computing is radically different from a laptop. You might see her on the couch on our Apple iPad, watching obsessively every single YouTube video ever created about My Little Pony. Or you might see her using our Microsoft Kinect system, doing this to box, doing this to play tennis, dancing and interacting without pressing anything at all. As I watched these behaviors, I recently said to my wife, you know, I don't know what Holly will be doing in 20 years when she's in the workforce, but I am sure it will not be using a laptop. The dominant form of computing today will not be the dominant form tomorrow. Will it be brainwaves? Will it be wearables? Will it be haptic? Who knows? But innovation is changing everything. It's transforming the way that we work, live, play, communicate, raise our children, participate in society. It is the most important thing for all of us to understand. Now, our organization was founded by Dr. Clayton Christensen of the Harvard Business School, the guy who coined the term disruptive innovation, first in a Harvard Business Review article 20 years ago. So not surprisingly, we are obsessed with tracking the underlying trends that have massive disruptive potential. We're watching 5 most closely. The first is what you might call the rise of robots and drones. I saw the Toshiba robot downstairs. It terrified me. But in more serious things, you see here a picture of the Amazon drone. Amazon, Alibaba, and a number of other people are working on technologies to allow drone-based delivery of packages. Amazon is a relentlessly innovative company. It recently filed a patent for predictive delivery. That is, they can predict something that you're going to order before you order it. Can they read your mind? I don't think so. What they do is use big data analytics to begin shipping things statistically to an area and then write the label as something is in the truck or on the drone. Second trend that we're watching closely, additive manufacturing, 3D printing. The woman pictured here, Grace Choi, founded a company called Mink. This allows you to custom create makeup of any color or tone. Now, this company might not succeed, who knows? But when you combine together drone-based delivery and additive manufacturing, if you are in a business that involves making stuff or distributing stuff, your world is going to change. Third trend that we're watching that you heard discussed in just a couple discussions ago, what sometimes gets called wearable technology, pervasive computing, Internet of Things, the disappearance of computing into everything. What you see pictured here is the Magic Band that Disney has rolled out at some of its theme parks. This allows Disney to do an even better job of one of the world's most beautiful business models. You go into a theme park, Disney picks you up by your ankles, turns you upside down, shakes all the money out of your pockets, and you leave with a big smile on your face. The reason why Disney is able to do this even better with the Magic Band is because they can use big data analytics. I call the fourth trend here the science of life, the quantified self, whatever you want to call it. We have more robust information that allows us to more scientifically make decisions than ever before. You heard about wearables. This is an output from my Fitbit. I wear this religiously. You can see the output here. I had a pretty good walking day, not such a good sleeping day, 4.5 hours here, because I was worried about the fifth trend. Yes, even management consultants have to worry about being disrupted. The fifth trend is everything as a service. You heard from Uber before, the world's largest transportation company owns no cars. The world's largest hotel operators, Airbnb, has no hotel rooms. Everything is being turned into an on-demand service, including nerds. Instead of paying for a consulting company like ours, you can rent a nerd for an hour, or maybe even longer than that. When you start seeing these trends come together into things like Google's autonomous car, which you heard about from the last speaker, you need to think not just about the immediate effect. Yeah, if you're Toyota or Volkswagen, you got to think about this. But you need to think about the second and third order effect as well. Cars are built to protect human beings from accidents. What happens when cars don't crash? You use very different materials, which changes the fuel economy radically. What happens when cars don't speed? A Google car was recently pulled over in California with a police officer threatening to give a ticket because it was driving too safely. When cars don't speed anymore and you're a local government that depends on revenues from speeding tickets, what do you do? What do you do when 60% of your space in urban areas, we heard before, is parking lots and you don't need those anymore? What if you're in auto insurance? All of these are industries that are going to get affected as this disruptive change continues to go through many parts of the market. We have to think about employment as well. This chart is from The Economist. In 15 different US states, the #1 search for employer term is UPS. People driving trucks. When you have 1 million truck drivers in the US put out of business by robots, what do we do from a policy perspective? These are complicated issues. It's not just the first, but the second and third order that matter. So what do you do to own your future rather than be disrupted by it? I'm going to give you 3 tips now, and then I will come back later today to give you a bit more guidance about how to innovate. The first thing is to simplify. Try and make it simpler and easier for people to do the things they were already trying to do. Rather than hope and pray, they will prioritize something that honestly did not historically matter to them. The picture here is Mint.com. A couple entrepreneurs founded this in 2007. There are a few people who will laboriously go and create budgets and manage their checkbooks, but that's not what most people want to do. They want to make sure they've got enough cash to make payments. They would love to save money, and Mint made this incredibly simple. 2 years after being formed, it was acquired by Quicken, a software company, for $170 million. 6 years after that, this year, Quicken announced it's going to sell, Intuit announced it's going to sell off Quicken, its flagship software product, and make Mint.com the core of what it's trying to do. This is what great innovators do. They take complicated things and make them simple. Now, this doesn't mean it is easy to do this. The second component is to enable that simplification, often through a very sophisticated technology. I think Uber is a great example of this. From a consumer perspective, I saw a number of you raise your hand saying that you knew or had used Uber. A number of you commented saying how great the service is. It is great from a consumer perspective. But behind that simplification is a very sophisticated set of technologies that allows Uber to scale and drive in ways that it couldn't otherwise. The third thing great innovators do is they disrupt. And when I use the word here, I use it in the classic Clayton Christensen sense. That is, they do what the market leader doesn't want to do or doesn't find in its best interest to do. Airbnb, the room-sharing platform, is a great example of this. The company is founded in 2008. Imagine you worked for Marriott or Starwood at the time, and you pitched this idea. We're going to let strangers come into people's places and sleep on their couch or sleep in their spare room. It sounds like a crazy idea. The market leaders don't have any interest in it. They're running good businesses that are doing pretty well, so they ignore Airbnb for years. How do they finally respond? Well, those two companies, Marriott and Starwood, just announced today they're going to merge and become even bigger. Airbnb follows a classically disruptive approach, doing what the market leader doesn't want to do, and it's created a big growth platform in a very capital-efficient way. It's an older company than Uber, but it has raised or needed to raise only 1/3 of the money that Uber has raised. Uber's a great company, a great service, but it has gone squarely after a market that matters to a lot of people, and because of that, it's had to spend and fight for every single inch that it's gotten. When you go in the direction the market leader doesn't want to go, things look very different. I can't tell you exactly what the future is going to look like. I can't make predictions about the future. We can point out some of the underlying trends. We can point out some of the past patterns. But I think you always need to remember the guidance in different words from the three individuals pictured here: Abe Lincoln, Peter Drucker, and Alan Kay. The best way to predict the future, as always, is to create or invent it. We have got some great big problems in the world today. We got to feed 10 billion people. We've got to get healthcare and education to hundreds of millions of people who can't access it. We have to deal with climate change. We have to deal with income inequality. We have to contemplate a Donald Trump presidency. We need the best innovation energy in the world focused on these sorts of problems. I think it's nice that we have ever more reliable ways to provide second-by-second updates about what we're doing and target advertisement towards us. Those are good things too. But we really need innovators to rise to the challenge that we as a global community face. So good luck, and I'll be back with you in just a little bit longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, are you prepared to be disrupted once again? Here to rev you up once more is Vida and Robert.
Hello? Hi, we're back. You know what it means. Can we all get up again for a 4-minute Zumba?
Yeah.
Stretch our legs. Come on, everybody. No sleeping. Wake up. Are we ready? Okay na?
Yeah. Are you ready, guys?
Okay? Kuya, let's go.
All right, come on. Ha! Good. Right arm set. Yeah. Bounce, shake, good. All right. Up. Yeah, good. One, up. All right, good. Stop. Stop. Good. nangyari? Ano nangyari? Oh. All right, come on. Oh. All right, come on, get up. All right, good. Up. Down. Come on, up. All right, good. All right, up. Last one. Right, good. Yeah, good. Such. Yeah, yeah, come on. Come on. Up, good, up. Shake it up. Come on, good. Good. Come on, good. Hey. Good. Come on, good. Up, good, up. Come on, good. Lead up. Let's go, come on. Come on, good, up. Let's go. Come on. Last one. Yeah. Come on, come on. Come on.
Thank you very much, Vida and Robert.
Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. Now that we're all feeling refreshed, let's have our next speaker.
At the age of 19, Alok Shetty was already making waves for completing a multi-specialty hospital in Bangalore while still studying architecture at RV University. His practice, Bumiputra Architecture, is focused on out-of-the-box solutions in architecture and sustainable living. While at Columbia University in New York, he created the award-winning Black Box Theater, an idea that transforms shipping containers into auditoriums. Named one of the 30 under 30 Young Achievers by Forbes magazine, Shetty's practice focuses on marrying smart design with a commitment to sustainability. Architecture for him is the fusion of innovation and practicality. He has applied his black box concept to the idea of mobile, foldable health clinics and schools transported on trains.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the architect and principal of Bumiputra Architecture, Mr. Alok Shetty.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to start by saying thank you to the Zumba guys for bringing you all up to speed. I'm going to take a little time of y'all, but it's going to be really interesting, so just bear with me. Like this, I'm going to start by, hold on. Can we have the slides? Yeah. So, I started my architecture career when I was 19 years old. I was studying in my third year of undergrad and heard about a design competition to design hospitals. And at that point, it was just a regular, just a conceptual competition. Took part and ended up winning the competition. But what they loved about the design was how practical it was, coming from a student. So they called back and said, listen, we'd like for you to come on board and design the real thing. And at that point, I had no architectural license. I had none of it. And I said, yeah, I'll do it. We hired a local architect to sign off on all the documents. And before we started this, I spent a year in hospitals. I spent one whole year in hospitals interviewing doctors, hospital staff, nurses, administration, and asked them what was wrong with the existing design of hospitals. In India, at that point, this was in 2005, there was still no international practices when it came to the design of hospitals. And after a year of spending time in operation theaters, in ICUs, in hospitals all over the country, we started to design it. By the time I was 20, we had what is now considered India's first state-of-the-art, internationally accredited hospital. And all future models of hospitals were then molded on this model. And this was a great learning experience working with doctors on my very first project, because doctors approach problems in a very simplistic manner. There is a very famous saying called Occam's razor, which says, the simplest solutions are most often the right solutions. And they use this to diagnose patients. You know, when something is wrong, you don't immediately think cancer. You start with a common cold, and then you go as it is. So we use those same design principles in our architecture firm going forward. So I'd like to take you through about 4 or 5 projects, starting from projects that are only $100 to $100 million, and how we've applied those same principles to make sure that we provide a better quality of living for different economic societies. So these are a few more pictures of the hospital that was done back in 2005. Fast forward to my master's program at Columbia University. TED Talks approached Columbia and gave us a design problem. They said, if you were to have a TED conference or a conference like this in the middle of nowhere for 250 people, how would you design something, or how would you design the infrastructure to hold that kind of a conference? So me and 2 of my classmates, Nathan and Shay, we came up with what we call the black box auditorium. Ideally, it had to be deployable because it had to be sent all over the world. It had to be low cost because it could be scaled, all inclusive, which means it generated its own electricity, and it had to be flexible because you had different kinds of terrain all over the world, and it had to feature for that. So we came up with a shipping container because we knew that the logistics of moving a shipping container around the world had already been figured out. You could take it by land through 18-wheeler trucks, by sea on the back of a ship, and you can airlift it. So essentially, there's nowhere a shipping container could not reach. And this is what we came up with. Could we play the video, please? Sorry. Thank you. Can we go back to the slides? Yeah. So what is essentially a 40-foot shipping container converts itself into a 250-seat auditorium in less than 4 hours. And essentially, you could have a conference in the middle of a desert because we've designed a solar-powered fabric canopy that can generate its own electricity and stores it in lithium-ion batteries, and that kind of powers the whole system. So Doris, for next year's, you can call me up for the next summit, and we put it in this. So we've also designed it to be flexible so you can use it as a half configuration or a full configuration based on how many people you want it to serve. And you can use the space underneath it. And essentially, it's like an IKEA catalog. You just know that there are so many parts. Part A goes into part B, and it comes with an instruction manual, so with very little text, and it's more pictographic. So it's very easy for people to understand and assemble it. This project got a lot of good press around the world, and when I moved back to India, I realized that even though this has a lot of implementation, we kind of pivoted on it, and we used India's largest network, which is our railways. And what we've done is now we've taken a train compartment module, just like a shipping container, and we've designed portable health clinics. So what happens is a train goes to a very rural village, the last compartment is dropped off, it opens up, it administers vaccines, healthcare, routine checkups, it closes up, the next train comes, picks it up, takes it to the next village. And so we're doing that now with schools and clinics, and a lot of people from TED to captains of industry have come to us saying they want to fund it, but we're like, no, in India, labor is cheap, and we'll do it ourselves. So you should see that roll out by the end of the year. Thank you. So I moved back to India in 2011, and the minute I moved back, I started Bhumiputra up again in full force. I started it at age 19, but it was just me for a very long time. Just me and my laptop saying we had an office. I made my own cards and everything. But once I came back, we started in earnest. And the first thing we decided was with every new project that the firm got, we would adopt one underprivileged child's education and go on from there. So we started with Rakesh. So what is one child is now 30 children that we've adopted. And what we do with this is over 4 years now, we've just started to understand how they live, and we've started speaking to their families, and they have very inhospitable living conditions. So the next step as architects was to try and see, is there a way that we can redesign homes for the, completely poor people in India, in the slums. So that led us to start the slum housing redesign project. What we did was we started with a case study. So this is a Google Map image of one of the software tech parks in Bangalore. I'm from Bangalore, which is like the IT hub of India. And you have these huge tech parks all over. They spend millions of dollars on it. So I've highlighted in green the actual tech park, and behind it in pink is the slum families that are all construction workers who helped build that. So what we realized was almost 95% of people who live in these slums are migrant construction workers. They move every 4 or 5 years from one place to the next in search of work, which is why they don't invest in homes, because they know they have to move every 5 years. So automatically, that set up the parameters for us to design. What if we design a house that you carry with you? Can it be done? So, because if you can carry it with you and it's low cost, obviously they're going to invest in it. So we started, again, just like how the black box, we started with a kit of parts. And we realized because they're construction workers, they're very, very familiar with construction materials. So we approached large construction companies and told them, at the end of every project, give us 5% of your scrap materials. Your scaffolding, your plywood, your shuttering sheets, which you use for concrete, give it to us. And what we did is we designed a home for less than $300, which can be assembled, disassembled, is flood-proof, and is disaster-proof. And I'd like to take you through the first set of prototypes that we did, and then I'm going to take you through. So how it works is you have a metal scaffolding base, which can be propped up on stilts. So it doesn't matter what the terrain is, if it's a slope, and if it rains, water goes right underneath it. Then you start with the floor. We can have MS sheets, which is mild steel, again a scrap material. Then we set up the scaffolding, which is the framework. Then we do galvanized aluminum roof sheets. And then we start bamboo panels. So we take bamboo, we strip it down, and we do weaved wall patterns so that you have a lot of light and ventilation through. And then you have polycarbonate sheets on the side, which allow a lot of light in. And then again, a bamboo with a sliding door in the front. So this whole thing can be set up in less than 2 hours with just 2 people. And it costs less than $300, which is about what they make in a month. So if they were to save over about a year, without any government subsidy, without any of those things, they'll be able to afford this, which they can assemble and disassemble and carry with them. So we started pitching this to different government organizations within India, and nobody heard about it. So what I did was, we have a large-scale architecture firm as well. So from the money that we got from the bigger projects, some of which I will be showing you now, I funded 100 homes myself. And we started building those 100 homes. We went into slums all over India, and we started distributing it to the children who we adopt. We gave it to their families. And they started using it, and the results were incredible. The quality of light, see, if you look at this image, you can see you can't look into the home, right? But if you're inside the home, that's the beautiful quality of light. What happened next was magical. When our own government ignored us, something interesting happened. Time magazine heard about it all the way across in the US, and they came to us and they started this new thing called Next Generation Leaders, and they featured me on it. And the day after this article came out, the media outlets had a ball. Everybody was like, Indian named next leader of tomorrow, and this and that. We're so proud of you. And the next day, I started meeting with all the government organizations in India. And they were like, you have to do this, you have to do that. How many have you done? Can we visit it? And they started looking at it, and they realized that so far we had a model that was tested, it was tried, it was tested, and it was working really well. And they've agreed now for us to go ahead and build 50,000 homes over the next year, which is a great step. So our approach now is not just to solve housing as a standalone. What we're trying to do is address sanitation. A lot of people in India don't have access to clean toilets. They don't have access to clean drinking water. They don't have the basic needs of healthcare and education. So we're working with a lot of partner organizations who are providing us solar-powered lights, solar-powered cook stoves. We've designed a low-cost blanket that has newspaper as insulation. And we're working with a firm that starts up the very first water ATM. So basically, we dig bore wells, we filtrate the water, and then everybody's given like an ATM card, and for 5 Indian rupees, you get 20 liters of clean drinking water every day. So that's our next step going forward on this project. So I'd like to take you through some of the bigger projects that help pay for the smaller projects, but are also very interesting in design, trust me. I got a call after the Time article and all that. I got a call from a billionaire who I won't name, who said he's starting up a very huge manufacturing, prefabricated manufacturing facility just the outskirts of Bangalore. And he said, I want a building, which is the R&D center, to be the crown jewel of it. You have an unlimited budget, do what you want, but the minute I look at the building, it should look like it's prefabricated. That is the only brief. So we did a lot of program analysis and sketching, and then I presented this to him, and I said, what if I designed a building for you that looked like Lego blocks? Would you like that? And he started laughing. He's like, yeah, that's perfect. Let's do that. So we actually started working on the program. So I'm going to take you through a series of diagrams over the next 3 or 4 projects with how we approach design so it's easily understandable. We start with your entries, then we define programs. So first you have the cafeteria, showrooms, community space, cores. So it keeps going. And you can start seeing it take shape as a Lego building block. And what done is we've designed it on a hierarchy. So the most public access is on the lower floors, and as you go higher, it gets better. And you have these terrace gardens around. So we actually went out and bought Legos, and we built the thing in Legos because we know that the compressive to tensile strength of Legos is the exact same as his prefabricated panels. So if we actually built it with Legos and it stood, there was a fairly good chance that it would stand in real life. So we worked backwards with the structural consultants, and we've just started the project. And so these are a few images of the R&D center with parametric roofs, their office spaces at night, and finally the backdrops of the hills. So needless to say, he was thrilled. We were happy. We got what to do. We got to play with Legos again. And so now this project is scheduled for completion in a couple of months. Coming to another big project of ours. So we started in earnest in 2011, and at that point it was just me and maybe 2 or 3 other people. And we got a call from another really big company, probably the world's 3rd largest steel manufacturer. They had just bought the Bangalore football franchise, and they wanted to build an incredible stadium. And we had not even designed a football pitch, forget a stadium. And they said, he watched one of my talks, and he was like, would you like to, there's absolutely no guarantee you're going to get the project, but would you like to pitch for this project? So I said, sure, who else is in there? And they're like, it's an international competition. There are about 70 international firms taking part. I said, sure, why not? So I'd like to take you through our design, and hopefully you'll like it. So it's a very tight site. It's about 9 acres. And they wanted to fit a 25,000-seat football stadium, a 250-room hotel, and mall and retail space, all in this one place. So what we did first was, because we did a traffic analysis, because roads in India are very narrow, a lot of traffic, not unlike another city, which is your city. So we did a lot of traffic analysis, trying to understand which are the one-ways, the two-ways, and things like that. And then we did massing. How much space does a 25,000-seat stadium take? And then we put the tower to the north, because the south would have cast a shadow. And then we took the rest of the space and we just extruded that mass. Now, it seems like a pretty straightforward project. What makes it different? There's a huge neighboring community of, it's residential. So it's a lot of homes. And you don't really want to intrude on their peace and quiet. So what we did was, we took that green part, we bent the roof of it, so that you could actually climb up the side of the building and you had a public park all on top of the stadium. So if you go for your morning walk, you can go for a walk on the road, climb up the side of a building, go for a run on top of a stadium, and come back down. So that was the proposal. And then we started designing how the entries were, how to go into the basements. We had various end users. So again, we started to build it up. First the stadium, and then you had the mall and the retail space, and then you had the roof on top, and then you had the hotel tower. So we started with the massing exercises, game day, and then you had LED lights built in so you can change the atmosphere, concerts, your concession stores, football locker rooms, VIP restaurants, the hotel, the VIP boxes. Yeah. So that was the stadium. So what happened with that project? We ended up winning the project. Okay, I'm told I've got to wrap up in a minute, so I think I may have to jump through a few projects. Right, so this is another modular school project where they wanted to design in 2 stages, so I'm just going to quickly run through these. Again, you get the gist of it. What we do is we first understand user base, the end user, and then we design based on phase-wise rather than what the building should actually look like. It's more important how it performs. And then, so this is, again, the interesting thing about this project was we designed it with electroluminescent louvers. So during the time of the day when the sun moves, it changes color. the louvers change color. So this is another really cool project, and I think I'm gonna wrap up. Our final project, I'm just gonna run through this. We just finished, made out of bamboo. So this is for the children that we started adopting. We're at 200 now with our partner organizations. So we've just started their first school project for them, built out of bamboo and laterite. So thank you. Thanks, that's all my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shetty. For our next poll question to our guests, do you believe it is possible to solve Manila's slum problem through sustainable housing? Please answer the question via the SME Summit mobile app. Again, the question is, do you believe it is possible to solve Manila's slum problem through sustainable housing? Again, please answer the question via the SME Summit mobile app. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our next speaker. Mr. Eric Rosenthal is the Vice President of International Business Development and Strategy and heads Global Business Development for Abra, the world's first digital cash network for any smartphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Eric Rosenthal.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Those of you who are a bit surprised, perhaps you were expecting Bill. So first and foremost, wanted to apologize, but also promise you that I'm going to give you as equally good of a presentation as our CEO. But before we get started, I also wanted to ask for a round of applause for my birthday, because today is my birthday. So after taking a red-eye flight from Singapore throughout the night, waking up and finding out that today is my birthday, I've also was surprised and said that you are presenting in 4 hours. So let's give it a go. So my presentation, there it is. Excellent. So today we wanted to talk to you about Abra, but first and foremost, we wanted to talk to you about the notion of combining the forces of the sharing economy, the forces of technology innovation, and to a certain degree, technology disruption and business model disruption, and how that can impact, and more than anything, benefit our efforts of financial inclusion. So, how many of you actually know what this word means? Very few, probably. So what this word means, and what we learn in our physics classes, is that it means that nature tends towards disorder. Nature tends towards disruption. And while many, let's say, existing incumbent business models and, let's say, incumbent companies would tend to be discomforted by that, and while in some cases certain individuals would be comforted by that, we believe that entrepreneurs thrive in that. So we believe that entrepreneurs can actually thrive in the environment when certain forces are coming together and disrupting how things have been done and redefining how things will be done in the future. So, I can actually see that. There we go. So we want to talk to you about 3 forces today and how they can benefit financial inclusion. The first one is the sharing economy. The second one is the proliferation of smartphones. And the third is a proliferation of global applications. So first and foremost, as we all very well know, the sharing economy is here. As Uber has taught us, you can build the largest transportation company in the world, and in grand scheme of things, in less than 5 years, without owning one taxi, without employing one driver, and without having to have any, let's say, vehicle infrastructure whatsoever. Airbnb has taught us, again in less than 5 or 6 years, that you can build what is basically the largest hospitality company in the world without owning one hotel and without having to employ one employee. And then Kickstarter, which is now almost 10 years old to a certain degree, has taught us that by bringing the forces together, you can actually give birth to new companies. And as we're seeing here as well, Corsica, we have Zopa, we have Lending Club, all of these forces have taught us that it's actually possible to bring together people, to bring together the forces of democracy in the true sense of the word, and create businesses that have never been created before, or solve problems to a certain degree that have always been needed to be solved. The second force is smartphone penetration. All of us know that smartphone penetration is growing, what we also will soon see, and soon ensue here as well in the Philippines as the market opens up to other players, that smartphones are growing at a rapid pace. But what we perhaps didn't actually realize is that when we have more smartphones, and we also bring together cheaper, better data plans, that literally smartphone traffic, the accessing of internet and the accessing of applications is projected to grow by 8-fold in less than 5 years. As we all very well know as well, we're now living in an app economy. We're living in a world where applications are the predominant way that we're accessing information, the predominant way that we're interacting with websites. This is a stat here that shows how many users are actively accessing these applications. WeChat, for those of you who don't know, is actually one of the largest messaging applications based out of China. It is the predominant player in the market. But all of these applications are also, once again, demonstrating that people are accessing information, they're accessing these applications, and that this is a trend that is going to continue to grow. Here's another one that shows, combined with the previous slide, that there are millions and millions of users. So when WhatsApp set out to start a company, it set out to solve one particular problem, which was how much it cost to send an SMS message in between 2 different countries. Literally in less than 6 years, they now have 700 million active users, of which the predominant number of those users are actually interacting and communicating with each other in the domestic sense of the word. WeChat, close to 500. Skype, I think, is now close to 400 million. And all of these are demonstrating that the sharing economy is here to stay, this technological disruption is here to stay, but yet, for some reason, we have yet to see a true disruption in payments and in money transfer. Now, what we do know, particularly here in the Philippines, the country more or less where mobile money gave birth, with the likes of smart money, with the likes of GCash, is that there have been efforts over the past 10 years, primarily led by banks and primarily led by telcos, to promote financial inclusion and to promote access to payments via the telcos and the banks. And our conclusion is, in the grand scheme of things, that effort has failed. 250 mobile money applications, or let's say efforts, initiatives, as you may call it, across the world, and one effort, M-Pesa. All of us have heard about M-Pesa. All of us are, to a certain degree, to the point of nausea that we continue to hear the example of M-Pesa, but what very few people actually know is that M-Pesa represents 15% of all volume going through 250 mobile money initiatives. So in relative terms, we would actually argue that despite these efforts, they have failed. But why should we care? In the grand scheme of things, most of us in this audience have a debit card, most of us have a credit card, most of us have no issues with moving money or making payments. But our reality is not the reality of the vast majority of people. Here in the Philippines, it's estimated that 85% of the population does not have access to financial services, does not have access to the digital economy, and while they are using the likes of the pawn shops, or they're using the likes of informal networks, the reality is what is happening here in the Philippines, which is the 5th largest inbound market for remittances, is not unlike what's happening in the vast majority of emerging markets. Now, official stats would suggest that the entire global remittance market is approximately $500 billion. $500 billion going in between the likes of richer countries to the likes of what we would call poorer countries, and the livelihoods depend upon that movement of funds. But what many people don't actually know or don't feel comfortable discussing is that the market is probably at least 2x that, because approximately $415 billion additional dollars is moved across borders through informal hawala networks, which is basically an individual calling up another individual, sending an email to another individual and say, can you give my mother money? I will get it to you in some other way. Here in Southeast Asia, in conversations that we've had with business leaders, in conversations we've had with government officials, in conversations we've had with development individuals, they actually estimate that 25% of domestic GDP is moved through informal hawala networks. And what does that actually demonstrate? That despite the efforts of the telcos, despite the efforts of banks, despite the efforts, in the grand scheme of things, of governments, and numerous applications that are out there, there are still millions of people that do not have access to the same payment services that we have access to. Now, for those that do have access to payment services, many of us, primarily those living in markets where things are more expensive, where we have an interest in buying a plane ticket from another country, or we have interest in buying something from another country, are involved in what is called cross-border e-commerce. So when we purchase something from the Amazon site in the United States, and we have it shipped to us by someone, or when we send it to a forwarding address in the United States, that is called the cross-border commerce market. Now this is a stat that says that the percentage of where cross-border commerce is happening, and the reason that that is happening is because things are cheaper, there's access to more products, but fundamentally what we also probably realize, many of us that even are in the segment A, have 4 credit cards, are making very good money, that probably in most cases, between 10 and 20% of the time that we try to use our credit card to conduct those transactions, it's declined. It's declined because we're transacting from a high-risk country. It's declined because the fraud models in the United States are not adequate to accept the Philippine credit card, to accept the card from Indonesia, and as a result, we do not truly have access to the world of commerce that everyone else has access to. So what are people buying? Fairly obvious, interesting enough. Many of cross-border commerce is moved by women. Not surprising. Buying clothes, buying health and beauty products, etc. And consequently, you bring yourself, well, why is it that when all of these things are happening, so when we talk about what we're doing, we say, we're not creating a problem that doesn't exist. And we're not solving something that people are not able to solve already. The vast majority of people, as we've seen, are already sending money. The vast majority of people are hacking a way to facilitate cross-border commerce. The vast majority of people are facilitating a way to get money from UAE back to Manila, or from UAE to Mumbai. The reality is that the market exists. What also is true is that it's extremely painful and not necessarily efficient. So what Abra set out to do is to solve those problems. How could you create a single application, an app, that allows people to send and receive money anywhere in the world, in any currency, by only knowing the other person's phone number? How could you build the WhatsApp of money movement? Impossible, right? Technologically impossible, no one would actually get it. Well, Abra has done it. Abra has developed the world's first money movement application that by downloading the application, typing in your phone number, and validating your phone number in the same way that all of us have downloaded Viper, that we've downloaded Line, that we've downloaded WhatsApp, that allows you to download the application and to immediately be able to hold, send, or spend money anywhere in the world directly from your smartphone. So, how does it work? So first and foremost, the way Abra works is you need a smartphone, you need access to data, you download our application, and therefore we need to answer the question of, well, how do I get money in and out of the system? If you're a bank consumer, meaning you're someone that already has a bank account, here in the Philippines or elsewhere in the world, we are integrated to the local banking systems in the case that you can use your debit card, your ATM card to get money in the system, or you can link your bank account and transfer money into the system. But the part that is most interesting, and comes back to the concept of the sharing economy, is turning every single smartphone, potentially, into a human ATM. So let's take a step back. Western Union will tell you that they are the largest money transmitter company in the world, and the reason that you cannot compete with them is because they have 500,000 locations. It took them 130 years to build out 500,000 locations. It's taken us as a society, in the modern world, 30 years to have 4 million Yes, only 4 million ATMs globally. We have heard from studies, telcos, AKA experts, that there's approximately 30 to 40 million people in the world that are actively selling airtime. And Abra is on a mission to turn every single one of those locations into a human ATM. So how does that work? The way it works is you first open up that application, you find an Abra teller. On the map, you'll see the teller location, you'll see what price the teller is going to charge you to get money in and out of the system. The beauty of our system and our belief is that we've completely changed the model, but actually very similar to the model that exists for Palala here with Smart Money. You pay to get money in the system, and you pay to get money out of the system. Now, the other difference, however, is that every single teller in this system sets his or her own price to facilitate that conversion from physical paper cash to digital cash. So in the money transmitter model, how does it work? The company, the facilitator of the service, sets the price. And as prices tend to go down, the margins of those agents or of those windows that are facilitating the movement of funds, their margin gets cut in half every time price gets cut in half. Where in Abra's model, each individual teller gets to set their own price. So if you happen to be in a far-off village, you charge a little bit more. If you're in downtown Manila, you charge a little bit less because the market dynamics will change the price. Once you have funds in the application, you're able to send it to anyone else that has application. So it works very similar, if not equally the same as WhatsApp. As soon as your friends, your family, whoever it might be, has application, the money goes between your smartphone and their smartphone. If they don't have it, you forward them an invitation, they download the application, and they're good to go. And they receive the money. At the moment that they receive the money, again, what do? They push it to their bank account if they happen to be a bank consumer. And if they're not a bank consumer, they find a teller and pull the money out. So here we have what the app looks like. You'll see this is an app that will be live here in the Philippines more or less within a week to 2 weeks. So we'd invite you to keep your eyes out on Google Play and also keep your eyes out for the probably a few weeks after with the iTunes Store. Here in the Philippines is our actually launch market, so we're very excited to be launching the company first here in the Philippines and then shortly thereafter in the United States. You see this is what the experience looks like of finding a teller, the experience of what it looks like to send money, the experience of what it looks like to transfer the money, meaning cash out to your bank account or withdraw cash. You'll see on the right what the teller app looks like. They have 3 buttons, whereas the individual on the left is a user and they have 2. So let's take a step back. So what Abra has just said is that you can have a system that works where you can send money between any 2 smartphones. What Abra has also said is you've just turned every smartphone in the world into a human ATM. And lastly, what Abra said is that you can do it in any currency in real time anywhere in the world. You've now created the first application in the world that is a convergence between sending money, spending money, and storing money. So that's what Abra is. I'm happy to obviously take some questions since I've gone fairly quickly through the presentation, but just taking a step back and telling you where we are as a company. So Abra is a startup based in Silicon Valley in Mountain View, the same place that Google is located. We are backed by the likes of American Express, First Round Capital, which is one of the early investors into Uber. We're backed by RRE Ventures, which is a fund that was started by the former CEO of American Express. Arbor Ventures, which is a firm out of Hong Kong and China. Jungle, which is a firm based out of Singapore. Other investors on an individual letter include Ratan Tata and the likes of many other investors. So again, thank you very much. That's Abra. I invite you to download the application. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenthal. Let us now welcome our next speaker.
For America, or TFA, Wendy Kopp believed the education sector was ripe for innovation, not just in the way students were taught, but in the way teachers were trained and certified to teach. Her senior thesis at Princeton was about addressing education inequality in the U.S. While at Morgan Stanley, she found a way to turn her thesis into reality. By establishing a prominent teacher corps, TFA could make the teaching profession an attractive and fulfilling option for top college students who might have chosen more lucrative opportunities. Today, Teach for America and its international 35-country network Teach for All continues to make change through education in low-income communities around the globe. Wendy has authored 3 books and continues to write our history by improving education around the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder and CEO of Teach for All, Miss Wendy Kopp.
Good afternoon. Well, I know you all have been talking about innovation all day, so I'm very excited to be on your agenda since there is nothing in greater need of innovation than education, and I'm excited to share what the real key to success is. Let me start by asking you a question that Mark Zuckerberg asked me a couple of years ago. He asked me what I thought accounted for the success of Facebook. What do you think? What do you think? I can't hear anything. Great product. Oh, people. He said, some people may think it's technology, but of course it's people. It's leadership at every level of the company. And when he said that, it really resonated with me because I can't think of a single high-performing organization, team, company that isn't a product primarily of its leadership. So the same is really true in education, and yet we spend so little energy talking or thinking about leadership in education. So let's consider a few examples. The students in this classroom are growing up in Puente Alto, which is a low-income community in Chile, where about 15% of the kids will enter tertiary, post-secondary education. Yet the kids in this classroom, about 30 kids, accomplished something very different. Even in a year when the schools were literally closed for 5 months because of student protests, 76% of the kids in this classroom actually entered tertiary education, 30% of them entering Chile's top universities. Last week, I was in California, where this school is working with one of the highest poverty student populations in the state. 80% of the kids are living below the poverty line. Typically, in the United States, about 20% of students will take and pass an advanced placement course to get college credit. In this school, 76% of the kids do. 96% of the kids in this school are taking a college entrance exam called the ACT and are scoring above the national average. These students in Australia are engaged in a curriculum called Maths Pathways, which diagnoses their individual learning needs and then creates a personalized curriculum. Since Maths Pathways was created 3 years ago, it's reached 25,000 kids, tripling their learning rate. These kids are learning 3 times as much taking this curriculum than kids using standard curriculum in Australia. And finally, the school system in this city, my nation's capital of Washington, D.C., is now the fastest improving urban school system in the history of my country. About 15 years ago, the average 9-year-old in Washington, D.C. was 3 or 4 years behind the average 9-year-old in our country. Today, if you met the average 9-year-old, they're at least a full year ahead of where 9-year-olds were 4 years ago. Now, in each of those examples, each of them is really a function of extraordinary leadership. Tomas, the teacher in the Chilean classroom, is one of the most incredible leaders I've ever met. He walked into a situation that most people would have given up on. He was only with his kids for about 4 months of the year, and yet he set a vision that other people thought was crazy. He said, my kids are going to enter university, and many of them going to get into the top universities in this country. He inspired others like great leaders do. He got his kids on an absolute mission. He got them working harder than they'd ever worked before. And then he went to whatever lengths it took, even when it meant finding a place in a chapel to pull the kids together every day that school was closed, to make sure that that happened. The California school got the results it did because of its school principal, who was on an absolute mission to get his kids to and through college and had the leadership skills necessary to build and mobilize a team to make it happen. Maths Pathways is getting the results that it is because of 2 teachers, Richard Wilson and Justin Mathis, who brought backgrounds in particle physics and engineering into the classroom and could not get over the inefficiency of today's one-size-fits-all approach and determined to do something about it by developing a different curriculum. And Washington, D.C.'s progress is a function of a constellation of leaders who are working at every level of the school system, at every level of policy, and from outside the system as well, to create a different day for kids. It's really this insight that leadership is at the core of the solution that motivates all of us across the Teach for All network. I started Teach for America now about 26 years ago, and over the last several years, social entrepreneurs from countries all over the world have launched similar initiatives. So today, the Teach for All network is a network of 38 independent organizations and growing that are calling upon their country's most promising future leaders to channel their energy towards ensuring opportunity for all children. Across Teach for All, we are committed to tackling what we call educational inequity. The fact that really all over the world, the privilege of kids' birth, their economic circumstances, their race, their gender, and so forth, really predict their educational outcomes and in turn, life outcomes. This is a very complex problem. It will require a whole lot of leadership to solve it. And yet, in all of our countries, and really in virtually every country of the world, we send our most educated, graduating college seniors, our most promising future leaders, against everything but that set of issues, into finance, into technology, into medicine, law, et cetera, but almost never towards expanding opportunity for the most marginalized kids. We are working to change that. The way we do this is, first of all, by going out and recruiting top recent grads, people of all different academic majors, all different career interests, very aggressively, to ask them to commit just 2 years to teach in the highest need communities in the particular country that's recruiting them. Each year now in the United States, 40 to 50,000 graduating seniors, many of them from the top colleges in our country, compete for the opportunity to teach in our urban and rural communities. Here in the Philippines, Teach for the Philippines selects just 10% of the people who apply. Just 3 years into its existence, Teach for the Philippines has attracted the valedictorians, the summa cum laudes from Ateneo University, from the University of the Philippines. In Mexico and Singapore, Mexico had 3,000 applicants last year for 120 spots. And Senya, Peru had 1,500 applicants for just 60 spots. Once we've recruited these folks, we invest a lot in their pre-service training, and their ongoing professional development during the 2 years. We do that for two really important reasons. One is the kids in their classrooms today. It's so important that these teachers have a positive impact for their kids, and rigorous studies show that they do. At the same time, those 2 years are completely foundational for a lifetime of leadership and advocacy on behalf of kids. 2/3 of the folks who have committed to this actually stay full-time, long-term in education. And beyond that, many, many others who've gone into policy or law or medicine and other sectors are doing things full-time that relate to either improving schools or improving the quality of life in our lowest income communities. So the ultimate goal of all this is to ensure that we build a leadership force of people who will work at every level of the education system, at every level of policy, and across sectors in order to realize a day when all kids have the chance to attain an excellent education. This is working. The Chilean teacher, Tomas, is part of Enseña Chile. The school in California is led by a Teach for America alum and staffed by 2/3 of the teachers are Teach for America alumni. Mass Pathways was the brainchild of 2 Teach for Australia fellows. And if you took all the Teach for America alumni out of Washington, D.C., you would take away the school's chancellors who have led the change for the last 8 years. You would take away the vast majority of the senior team and senior leadership of the school system during that era. You would take away 20% of the school principals, many of them leading the fastest improving, the highest performing schools. You'd take away hundreds of teachers, the state commissioner for education, and the leaders of many of the NGOs who are supporting the change. We talk a lot about the importance of course, and what it's going to take to meet the Sustainable Development Goal, all kids learning in a mere 15 years all over the world. We talk a lot in our own countries about how we're going to improve our national education systems. Those conversations are typically about a few things. They're about how we need more money, we need better teacher training, we need to better leverage technology. They are almost never, ever, ever about how we're going to build the leadership capacity we need to make sure that all those other inputs are actually going to go to good effect. In every other sector, we spend a whole lot of energy thinking about how we're going to develop the future leaders for that sector. We have to do the same in education. I've come to actually believe that we could realize this vision. We could do it in our lifetime. Tomas in Chile is showing us what's possible in the microcosm of his classroom. We're seeing it's possible not only at a classroom level, but at a level of whole schools, across schools, in whole communities like Washington, D.C. We could realize this, but there's a big question. And the question is whether enough of our countries, our societies' most promising future leaders are going to step up and say, you know what, we're going to make it happen. So as I leave you today, I want to leave you with a question, which is what you can and will do to ensure that the answer to that question is yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kopp.
Karen Reddington is the president of the Asia-Pacific division of FedEx Express. In this role, she heads the Asia-Pacific division from its headquarters in Hong Kong, leading North Pacific, China, and South Pacific operations. Ms. Reddington began her career with FedEx Express in 1997 in operations research, moving up the corporate ladder from managing director of network planning to engineering, and most recently becoming Regional Vice President of South Pacific Operations. She is a 4-time recipient of the prestigious FedEx 5-Star Award for her outstanding contributions to the business. Karen is active in numerous associations, including the International Women's Forum. In her FedEx article, she advised entrepreneurs to take a leap of faith, to be bold, and unleash their company's innovative spirit.
Please welcome on stage the President of Federal Express Asia Pacific Division, Ms. Karen Reddington.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and it's such a privilege to be here today to talk to you all, to be among an exciting group of small, medium enterprises and to see such entrepreneurial spirit. I had a chance to go around some of the booths. I think I particularly liked the robotic Japanese lady. I'm getting a little bit worried that in 5 years' time, I'll be replaced and no longer able to stand here and talk to you. But even though today I'm standing here as a representative of a multinational corporation, my father was a small business owner, and my husband is a small business owner. So though I work for a multinational corporation, believe me, I feel that I live amongst small business owners. In fact, my husband said to me just this past weekend that he feels like he gets up in the morning with Australia and goes to bed at night when the US turns off its lights. So I really do appreciate the amount of work and effort that goes into running such a small business, everything from marketing through to billing and all the stages in between. But what I want to talk about today is really around the whole idea that in order to succeed as a small business owner, it's not just about having that great idea. It really is also about making sure that industry, government policies keep pace with the pace of change that are coming at our small businesses. Because the opportunities are huge. We see it everywhere we look, that with e-commerce, it's really giving access to world trade in a way that people have never had the potential for before. At the click of a button, you can now access markets in countries all over the world. And sometimes that's where the problem begins, in trying to cross the world. But in my position, I get some really great opportunities to meet with a lot of small businesses. Just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I was in Korea. And I think they find it a bit funny when I turn up on the doorstep, but I went to meet a group of young entrepreneurs. And when I say young, I mean really young. This company was run by 3 people, and I unfortunately think that they were all literally half my age. But they had a great product, and we were helping them to sell it across the globe. So it's really satisfying having those sorts of partnerships. Here in the Philippines, we work with a cosmetics company. Again, a great product that we're helping them take international, and they're seeing double-digit growth. And that's important, because small, medium businesses who go internationally will grow faster than their counterparts who stay within their domestic market. And now I want to show you, it's better if you hear it coming from a customer rather than me. I want to show you one of the small businesses that we work with. It's a guy called Llewellyn, and he's got a product that he's been excited to take to market.
My name is Llewellyn Clark, and I make a nice hot pepper sauce. People love my pepper sauce here on the island, but I want the whole world to try it. That's my dream. I just know that people's faces are going to light up when they taste it.
So If Llewellyn had just been selling on the island, he might not have got the message out to the world. So it's great to see him here today. But the key thing is that we see that not all businesses find it easy to access the world, the global markets. In fact, if we talk about APEC, what we see is that only 35% of all export trade in APEC is contributed by small businesses. But if you look at ASEAN, that number gets even smaller. It shrinks to 21%. If you go to certain countries like Malaysia, it's smaller still. It's about 14%. So the key is, with all these small businesses, they've got great ideas, but we need to get them on the move. And it's often the case that though e-commerce has surged ahead, though e-commerce has given these small businesses access to the world, often it's policy and regulations that are still archaic and haven't moved at the same pace. So let me give you a great example of what that means by coming back to FedEx, coming closer to home. Back in the day when FedEx started off, Fred Smith, who is still our chairman today, had this great idea. His idea was to connect the US coast to coast, 24 hours overnight, using aircraft that would have traditionally been used to move passengers, not freight. But there was a big problem. Old regulations at that time said that only 7,500 pounds of cargo could be carried. But today our planes carry around 150,000 pounds of cargo. If that old regulation had not been changed, had not been updated, that would have stifled the growth of FedEx at the very outset. Every multinational started at some point in time as a small business. And they can't survive just on their own off their good idea. They really need the support of other businesses, other industries, and government as well to make sure that the regulations support their growth into the future. Today at FedEx, we continue to support small businesses, not through just the ways you see here, through providing international shipping, but also through some other ways. So for instance, at FedEx, we recognize that if you're a small business, you're going to have mobile technology to support you. You're often a one-man band, which means that you need to know when you can ship, where your shipment is. You need to be able to track and trace when you're on the move. So we've introduced mobile technology because we have to stay relevant to that small business owner and to the technology of today. We also work in the background with customs authorities to help change systems and processes that make global trade more efficient and effective. And finally, we also work with research institutes. So we have an institute called the FedEx Institute of Technology that works at that boundary between business and research to help incubate new ideas, to help get new businesses started. And just this past month, we were able to showcase about 22 startups who were showcasing medical devices. So as I say, it's extremely important that in order for small businesses to succeed, that innovation happens not just within the small businesses, but in industry and also with government and at the policy level. So for example, some of the key things that need to change at the government and policy level are systems that support trade and processes that support trade. And what we would encourage are areas such as e-filing for customs clearance. It's already difficult enough if you're a small business who's tried to go international to move a package from country A to country B. First of all, you have to get to know all the regulations. Sometimes they're not clear. So we really need transparency of regulations. And then once you actually engage in trade, if you have to be burdened by cumbersome paperwork, it's just one more hurdle. So having a system such as Singapore, where you can file everything electronically, your payments are done electronically. That is the vision of the future. Also making sure that small businesses aren't burdened by cumbersome processes and costs. So many countries have very low de minimis levels, which is the level at which duties and taxes start to be collected. Often it costs more to collect these duties than it actually recovers in revenue. So it's very important to look rationally at those levels and start to raise those levels and open up the pipes for small business to trade. At FedEx, we've been used to innovation. It's somewhat in our DNA. Our founder was an innovator and is still with us today. And we see that it's very important to keep pace with the times, to keep innovating with the times. And so it's wonderful when I see all these great ideas and look at the robotic lady down at the front. But what we must make sure is that these ideas are nurtured and allowed to flourish and survive and thrive. And so it's very important that we all remain flexible and agile, and that cuts across business, industry, and government. Thank you very much. So maybe I've got time, if anybody wants me to take just a couple of questions. Yes, please. You can ask me and I'll repeat it.
You mentioned that there's the small, medium businesses, like the startup companies, are actually sending out and you're helping them. How do you go about doing that? Do you give them special grades?
Okay, yeah. The question was, I mentioned that small businesses want to go out and trade internationally, and how do we assist them in doing that? First and foremost, as I said, if you're trying to ship internationally, it's a complicated business. So we take care of that from soup to nuts, essentially. So once you start shipping, we start to help you in terms of what paperwork you might need, and start to give you that sort of advice. We also can go even further up the supply chain, and if you're creating your website, we've actually produced some customized automation that helps people embed a shipping solution into their own website, so they don't have to design in that part of it. So the key is that we want to be very thoughtful about how small businesses operate and how we design our business. Believe me, big multinationals like ourselves have a big voice at the table, so it's extremely important that we talk to the small businesses and bring their voice forward. So it's about tackling those things that they find difficult. How do I set up shipping on my website? How do I move packages cross-border? Who will help me with the customs clearance? Our goal is to take that off their hands. Did I address your question? Thank you. One more question, maybe? And then I think time is not on my side. No?
Ms. Reddington.
Thank you. Oh, did I hear?
I have a question. I am actually the voice, but my name is JJ Sison, and I'm also into business. I handle the business unit in the United States for my company, dealing in 16 states, and I have to admit, I love the logistics service that FedEx gave me and my company. Now, however, coming back to the Philippines, I was not able to experience the same amount of convenience. The Philippines being just using a sort of distributor, not really FedEx. Is there anything that you are doing? For example, I could print my airway bills in the United States, stick them on my labels, and drop off the packages at the FedEx station, and it's all taken care of. However, here, I have to go to the station, to the drop-off point. They will line up, get it processed, and then wait. Then they'll take my money, my package, and then it's done. In the US, it is a process of only a minute. Here, it's a process of about 15 to 20 minutes. Is there anything FedEx is doing to address that in the Philippines or in third world countries wherein FedEx is using a, shall we say, a supplier or a partner?
You know, if you do open an account with us, we'll come and pick it up for you. But yeah, I mean, I do appreciate the feedback. I mean, we tend to serve the whole world with partners in some countries and directly in others, but our key goal is that you have access to us, whether you drop off or you pick up. So I certainly take the feedback. But I am encouraged that you would print out, use our automation devices, and if you can get it into some of our service centers, our goal is to have those convenience points where you can go in and get served somewhere that is local to you and somewhere that is convenient to you. So certainly I take the feedback, and we're always looking for continuous improvement and helping you do business.
And since I stole a question from the guests, would anybody like to add a question? Okay, I guess we are good. Miss Reddington, thank you so much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a hand? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back on stage the managing partner of InnoSight, Mr. Scott Anthony.
That was sad. Nobody clapped for me a second time. Just a little bit. Everybody liked Karen's slides so much. Those were very pretty slides. I have serious slide envy. Before I begin, I just wanted to say on behalf of all the speakers today, the people behind the scenes who have organized things, the voices that have broken through and asked questions, the tireless work done by everyone, I think deserves a round of applause. This has been a great day. I also wanted to see if, oh man, it's not up on my screen anymore. I wanted to see if Pocholo Gonzalez is in the room. Someone picked up my Twitter handle here and tweeted that I am their idol. Sir, you are my idol too, wherever you are. That gets less claps than the background people. That's good. Okay, so I'm going to provide just a few more remarks about innovation. The first set of topics that I discussed was some thoughts about what might be trends that shape the future, what you would look for to see in businesses that would be tomorrow's disruptors. What I want to do now is to talk about how actually to innovate. I want to do this by giving you some best practices and telling you a case study or two of innovation in action. First, let me tell you that as good as the background support has been today, there was one small mistake if you listen to the introduction of me about an hour and a half ago. I was introduced as the co-founder of my company, InnoSight. I am not the co-founder of my company. When I first learned about InnoSight, I was a student at the Harvard Business School. I was sitting in 2000, October of 2000, in a classroom, being taught a class by Clayton Christensen, legendary business thinker who I mentioned before. This was the first and only time the case study pictured here was ever taught. InnoSight, Architects of Disruption. This described the company that Christensen co-founded with my still colleague Mark Johnson back in 2000. This described a company that bears no resemblance to the company that exists today. Today, InnoSight is a global management consulting company. We've got about 100 people across the United States, Europe, and Singapore, where I have been based since 2010, with a venture capital arm in Singapore as well. This case study described a software company. This is the first website for InnoSight pictured here. The idea here was InnoSight was going to take Clayton Christensen's great big academic brain and put it in a box and turn it into a software program. I remember distinctly reading through this case study and having it taught to me and going home and saying to my then girlfriend, now wife, this is a pretty interesting guy, this is a pretty smart guy, but this is a really bad idea. And it turned out I was right, this was a bad idea, this failed. The second version of InnoSight bore almost no resemblance to the InnoSight that exists today. It was a conference business. The third version of InnoSight bore almost no resemblance to the InnoSight that existed today. It was a newsletter business. The fourth version of InnoSight begins to look like the InnoSight of today. Now, I've been in the field of innovation for about 15 years now. I've seen in that time hundreds, if not thousands, of ideas. I've seen ideas from great big companies. I've seen ideas from my employees. We've seen entrepreneurs pitch to our venture capital arm. All of these ideas are the same. Every idea to innovate is partially right and partially wrong. The fact that Innosight's first version was incorrect is no anomaly. This is the way the world works. What separates success from failure isn't how smart people are, it isn't how good their plan is, it's what they do when, not if, the first idea doesn't work. I've also learned over the last 15 years that this need not be magical, this need not be mysterious, this need not be a black art, this is a discipline. You can increase the odds of successfully innovating if you remember 4 faces. Here's the first one, Peter Drucker, one of the world's most famous and influential management gurus. Drucker reminds us of first principles. The purpose of a business, Drucker once wrote, is to create a customer. If you don't create a customer, if they don't transact with you, nothing else matters. How do you create a customer? Drucker also wrote, the customer rarely buys what the company thinks it is selling. You think you provide a product, you think you offer a service, but that's not what the customer perceives. They've got a problem and you've got an answer. Great innovators find problems worth solving. It might be an innovator's own problem. They might solve it for themselves. It might be that the innovator invests the time to deeply understand the target customer so they empathize with them and can anticipate what the customer can't actually articulate. Whatever it is, innovators invest the time to work on the right problems. Second phase, Pablo Picasso, the great Spanish artist, who once said, good artists copy, great artists steal. One of the mistakes we make when we innovate is we think we have to do something that no one in the world has ever done before. This is not true. Steve Jobs once said, if you ask a creative person how they did it, they feel a little bit guilty because creativity is nothing more than connecting things. He was a big fan of Picasso's. What great innovators do is put themselves in the place where innovation magic always happens, the intersections. They're brushing up against new people. They're colliding with new ideas. They're studying other industries so they can take an idea from one area and bring it to another. The truth is, someone in the world has probably stared down the problem you're facing. Maybe not in your company, maybe not in your country, maybe not in your category, but they're out there. Find that inspiration, borrow it brilliantly, and adapt it to your circumstance. Then you have to remember the third phase, who will guide us from how we go from the spark that starts the innovation process to actually innovating. How do we define innovation? Simple definition, 5 words. Something different that creates value. Something is intentionally vague. This isn't just technology. There are lots of ways to innovate. Different as opposed to better or a breakthrough, because sometimes the things that create value take complicated things and make them simple, take expensive things and make them affordable. The last 2 words, creation of value, are by far the most important because they separate innovation from its precursors, invention, creativity. You need those sparks, but until you translate them into revenues, profits, improved satisfaction, whatever, in our eyes, you have not innovated. If I asked you all to close your eyes and imagine a symbol that showcased innovation, I'm willing to bet you would all think of a light bulb. If I asked you who invented the light bulb, you would say this guy, Thomas Edison. He didn't really. Lots of people invented the underlying technology behind the light bulb. We don't actually remember Edison because he was a great inventor. He was more than 2,000 patents to his name. We remember him because he was a world-class innovator, obsessed with creating value. The world's first electrical generating facility was owned by the Edison Electric Company, operating in Lower Manhattan. He didn't invent the technology, he pioneered a way to provide people with electricity. Never forget his quote, "Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration." You've got to go and make it happen. The final phase is, in my mind, the most important phase of the 4 that I'll show you. Remember, every idea is partially right and partially wrong. You cannot tell which part is which through analysis, because no matter what, you're going to be making assumptions that will prove to be wrong. If you try to do it only through analysis, through spreadsheets, through expert interviews, etc., you will learn a lesson. taught by the great American philosopher, actor, and occasional boxer Mike Tyson, who once said everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. The punch you will receive is the plan that looks so good on paper ended up resting on shaky assumptions. Remember how the Wright brothers solved the problem of allowing a human being to fly. Before they built an airplane, they flew a kite. If a kite crashes, nobody gets hurt. Before they built a kite, they built a wind tunnel, a cardboard box, bicycle spoke wire, and a fan that allowed them to dramatically simplify running experiments and learning. You need to do the same thing. Let's talk about innovation in action at a relatively small business. The picture here is from 1917. This is a class from an institution in Philadelphia in the United States called the Settlement Music School. Settlement was founded in 1908. In its history, it has educated tens of thousands of young students in classical and jazz music. Illustrious alums include Kevin Bacon and Albert Einstein. If you wondered how they connected, there you go, 6-degree connection right there. In 2010, the woman pictured in black, Helen Eden, became the 6th executive director of the Settlement Music School. At the time, the school had 6 branches like the one you see pictured on the left side of the screen here. A reasonably small business, about $7 million a year in fees from classes, about a $20 million endowment, a not-for-profit company. Eden gave her team a challenge. How do we take these physical facilities and transform them? Make them a third place, like a Starbucks or a house of worship, where not just children, but adults gather? How do we go and expand to target a new segment? We came in, my organization, and ran just a couple days of training for Eden and her team. They then went out and did all the things that great innovators do. They immersed themselves in the market. They talked to adults in the area. They kept hearing recurring themes. Adults were lonely. They found it hard to make friends, and they wanted new ways to meet people. Music was a connection to youth. As they studied other businesses like Picasso, they began putting pieces together. Like Edison, they started thinking not just about a class, but everything required to make it happen, how they would attract and market and do everything to deliver value. They came up with an idea, they then tested it. The idea ultimately became called Adult Rock Band. The idea here is you get a group of people together, each in an individual instrument, under the tutelage of an expert instructor. It's a way for people to meet new people. It's a way for them to jam and recapture a piece of their youth. This is done by a group of people that looks no different than the people in the room here. One of the great mistakes that we make sometimes in conferences like this is we think, I'm not Tony Fernandez. I'm not on the board of directors of Uber. I didn't run Obama's campaign. Therefore, none of this stuff matters to me. But anyone here can, and everyone here should, think about how they can do something different that creates value. The most important word in this definition, by far, is the first one. You can't do something different that creates value unless you go and do something. The best gift I ever received from a project team is this. This is a bobblehead doll affectionately known as Skoda. This is my head grafted onto the body of the Star Wars character Yoda. The team had told me they were going to try and do something. I said, no, this is not a try or try not. This is a do or do not. You need to do the same thing. By way of metaphor, a couple years ago, my now 10-year-old boy, Charlie, announced he wanted to learn to ride a bike. What did we do next? We did not watch any YouTube videos. No PowerPoint presentations were involved. We did not discuss the theory of bike riding. Charlie got on a bike and began to pedal and fell down. He got up. He began to pedal. He fell down again. He got up. Today, Charlie is a competent bike rider. He can get from point A to point B without too much difficulty. If he practices enough, he could be a proficient bike rider. Performance-enhancing drugs and Tour de France might be in his future. Don't do drugs. They're very bad. You need to do the same thing. Get on your innovation bikes. Within everyone is a world-class innovator. This is a discipline. This is a set of skills that any of you, with the right conscious practice, can master and can manage. This is my 64th trip to the Philippines since I moved to Singapore in 2010. I've worked with some of the great companies in this country. I've seen some of the startups in this country as well. I know the potential in this market is astonishingly high. I know you all are capable of doing so much. So please, go do something different that creates value. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony.
Well, that ends an amazing day, wouldn't you agree? With such inspirational talks, basically that everyone here can be an innovator, everyone here can have the courage, and everyone here can actually go and make a difference and create value. So please join me in thanking all the amazing speakers we've had today. Many of them flew in from far away, so I'd also like to thank our co-organizers, the APEC team, of course, headed by Kathy Maceda and Roxanne Liu and the team with Gigi Bautista, and the Green Sun team, Cedric. Can we give them a big hand? I'd like to thank Go Negocio, who have been an amazing partner, Joey Concepcion and Mon Lopez, who've been, and their team, they've been fabulous. And Asia Society, Susuyin Liu Lee and all her team as well. Let's give them a big hand. I'd like to thank our sponsors, CEMEX, Coca-Cola FEMSA, Harish and Johnson, ICCP Venture Partners, the Small Business Corporation, PLDT Smart SME Nation, and SGV. And there's something here with a big S. SSI Group and Sun Life. Without your help, this would have been very difficult to do. I'd like to thank our media partners, ANC, Bloomberg Business World, GMA, Inquirer, Malaya, Eagle, CNN, and Rappler. And most of all, I'd like to thank all of you for having taken time out and to be part of this whole amazing intersection. Scott Anthony talked about an intersection, and we are at the intersection. Today, the region is integrating. We are an intersection. We either turn left and go back to our little home-like community and just forget the world, or we take the right side and now engage with all the opportunities the world is offering. We are at the intersection as well, with all of you doing amazing work with your businesses, and hopefully look beyond and see where you can trade globally. That was the purpose of today, is to promote and to inspire a different mindset on how we look at opportunities in front of us. And speaking about intersection and the idea of brushing against somebody else who might be the next partner for you, I wanted to thank very much all those who've come from far away to join us, whether from other provinces and from the Pacific Islands. I'd like to acknowledge Pat Louie. Can you please stand up, Pat? Pat Louie brought 30 members from the Pacific Islands, right? 30 members. Are they here in the room? Of the United States, Pacific Islands of the United States. They're here eager to meet you guys. So can you all stand up, please? We want to thank them for being here. They want to meet anybody who is ready and willing to export abroad. They're going to be joining the cocktails downstairs, which will be held in the Axion building. We have some drinks and music and some food to help celebrate this amazing day. I thank you all so much. I thank you very much for staying and for being here to celebrate this APEC week and for having a dream with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Doris Magsaysay Ho. And now let's take a last deep breath for all-out disruption. Please welcome back Vida and Robert for a final round of Zumba.
Guys, please allow us to keep you for a few more minutes for our last set of Zumba before we go down for our cocktails, if that's okay. Just to finish off this conference, anyone who wants to join can just dance along
You
with
guys
us.
stay with us, guys.
Okay, Kuya.
Come on, guys, up, side.
Let's go. Come on.
One, up.
End on a high note.
All right, good.
Zumba with Pete and Robert. APEC SME Summit 2015.
And when she passed me by and gave her wink and smile, and I was on cloud nine. Love, the way you move your hips and lick your lips, the way you dip, you got me up so high.
Come on.
Girl, you got that body
Raise your
with them
arms.
curls like a Bugatti.
Sway those hips.
I just wanna drive. Oh,
Get into the disruptive move.